Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
First we saw about just a little bit about Workday HCM. Just going to be giving you a little bit of more glimpse about Workday HCM. Workday HCM has been an inception. For the last 18 years, from 2006-2007 onwards, it's been an inception. And the owners or the founders of Workday also happen to be the founders of PeopleSoft. The first of you who are from PeopleSoft background can also remember that it is actually, I would say, a product brainchild of the product owners of PeopleSoft themselves. You will see a lot of similarities with PeopleSoft. That is number one. And it's been a rapidly growing platform. Many clients across the globe, be it small, mid or big size clients. I can even name a lot of them, be it Facebook, that is Meta, Google Next, and you can have AT&Ts. Many different organizations have adopted to Workday over the last several years. Alright. And it is being rapidly adopted by many countries, many organizations across the world because it's quick, fast, and easy to deliver and implement and support as well. These are kind of the advantages of Workday. Next, this is what we are going to be seeing in this particular course that we have. First up, we're going to be having approximately 30 to 35 hours of learning. That is number one. And we'll be having some real-time projects which is going to be similar to a live environment. And you may have some 24/7 support. I think you would have already got the details of the support team. And I may have some mock interviews and also some assistance to your placement. And it's not going to be a resume of everything, but just that we may have some mock stuff. I may be helping you out with what could possibly be asked in the interviews. That's what we are going to be dealing with in this particular course. But what I'll be covering, the most important part, is what is it that you can expect in Workday, or how exactly can you use Workday at work. That is going to be the premise and the crux of these 30 to 35 hours of learning that you're going to get. Alright, who should ideally be learning Workday HCM? Folks who have already been on the HR platform. Those have already used Workday or other HR, T or HCM tools in the past, like SuccessFactors, PeopleSoft, Oracle, and also those who are currently working as end users in HCM, which is going to be like people who are in the talent acquisition space, who are in benefits related stuff, payroll module vendors. Because everybody or those who would like to jump into an HCM or a Workday-based career in the future, this is definitely going to be helpful for all of this. And anybody who has interest, definitely they are welcome as well. Alright, the next one. We've already seen about at a high level about the content. I'll just give you about the modules which we have in Workday. And I will just give you one small input also. And because this is going to be a jargon which we are going to be using all across Workday as such, we saw about end-to-end, which means all the way from hiring till termination. This is what is going to constitute HCM seat. What do you mean by? I'm just going to introduce a topic called as modules. Alright. What exactly do you mean by modules is, functionally, we are going to divide the entire ecosystem of Workday into many different modules. which means a person, if I just go through the architecture or the workflow of an employee. First, he is going to get hired. That hiring, we call it as recruiting module. Next, we go across to an employee who is going to be within the organization. He is going to have many different activities that he is going to perform on a day-to-day basis. There could be some changes in the personal information. He could be going across for any kind of skill development. He could go for any kind of promotions, payrolls, everything. We divide all of this into different entities called as functional modules. We may have different modules like number 1, as I said, recruiting. The next one is going to be called as Core HCM. Core HCM is the heart of any Workday HCM functional ecosystem. Because it is going to be the module which is going to be used day to day in the entire employee's life cycle, which means once he is joined the organization, he could have a change in the employee's personal information. He could be terminated for whatever reasons. He could have many other different day-to-day transactions. All of this comes within what is called as Core HCM. Because he could be transferred. He could have a change in the supervisory organization. He could go to another location. He could be deputed in other locations, say in US or anywhere. All of this is part of Core HCM module. First module, what we saw was recruiting. Second is Core HCM. The third module that we have is called as benefits. What exactly does benefits mean? When an employee is going to have medical benefits, dental benefits, vision benefits, or any retirement benefits, or any other benefits, accidental coverage, death benefits, all of these come under what is called as benefits. This is the high-level crux of the benefits module. Next, payroll. I don't think people need an introduction or details about it. Any kind of pay that you're going to get on a monthly basis, or it could be like by weekly basis or whatever is going to be. The pay cycle of an employee constitutes the payroll module. Next, time and leave module or time and leave. Time and absence as it is called in Workday ecosystem. First is time. Time is nothing but the time that you are going to log into an organization. For example, if you've been requested to work from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., you may have to log in at 9 a.m. in the morning and you have to log off at 5 p.m. What happens if you log in early? Or what happens if you are going to work more than the 8 hours? You may have to be paid overtime. And that could also be something like if you are going to be working on a Sunday or if you're going to work on a public holiday, you may have to be paid an additional amount of money for all of this. All of this comes in what is called as time. And next, absence again. You may want to take some leaves, which could be personal leaves, casual leaves, sick leaves, any of them. All of this comes in absence. But in Workday, time as well as absence is considered as a single module. It's considered as a single module. First, we saw recruiting. Then we saw Core HCM. We saw benefit. We saw payroll. And now we've seen time and absence. These are the important modules that we have in Workday HCM. See, payroll is nothing but. See, for example, if you have to be paid a certain sum of amount on every 31st. Today happens to be the 31st of the month. Most of the folks will be getting their paychecks on this particular day. What happens in the background for processing your payroll? You may have some deductions, tax deductions, or any other statutory deductions as a part of payroll. And your earnings could be like, if you're in India, your basic could be this much. Your other related allowances, etc. could be something else. Whereas if you are in US, you will have only what is called as a fixed annual or monthly sum which needs to be paid. What happens in the background to process your payroll? What is your earning components? What are your deduction components? And apart from that, do you want to have it as a physical check delivered to you? Or do you want it to be transferred electronically to your bank account directly? All of these operations constitute a payroll module. And the last other jargon that I just want to introduce is called as touch points. This is something which you need to understand all across. Because what exactly do you mean by touch points between different modules? Alright, let me give you a simple example like what I said about absences. Say you're going to apply for, say, 3 days of casual leave, but you have only 2 days of balance left in your kitty. What will happen ideally is 2 days of casual leave will be deducted from your balance. And that 1 day of additional casual leave that you're applying for will go as unpaid leave. Clear on this? Say I have only 2 days of balance, but I'm still applying for 3 days of balance. 2 days will go from my kitty and 1 day will go from my as unpaid leave, for which I will be deducted my pay for the day. What happens after this is you're going to apply this in the absence module. From the absence, this needs to flow across to my payroll. That payroll can deduct 1 day of absence or 1 day of pay from my next paycheck. This particular integration between absence and payroll module is what is called as touch points. And it's not that it's only restricted between payroll and absence. It could be with every single module. Give you just Workday. Functional modules talk to each other for many different operations. What I've explained is very simple. For example, in benefits you may opt for a medical insurance benefit for your spouse and your dependent parents. You may have to be deducted some premium periodically from your paychecks. From benefits, it will go across to payroll. Alright, that is another example for this. And you may refer somebody in the organization. You may get a referral bonus. Suppose the person has joined the organization and may be eligible for a referral bonus of say 1000. That needs to be also be paid in the next paycheck of RN. From recruiting to payroll, we have another touch point. This is the jargon which you need to definitely understand. Please make a note of that. If you are preparing notes, touch point is nothing but between different modules. What is the integration that is going to happen? That's what is called as touch point. We've seen about functional modules. The next thing that we are going to be seeing is called as integration. This is another jargon which you may want to understand in the Workday ecosystem. Alright, what exactly do you mean by integration? Let's go to the next one. About what is HCM and all those things we've already seen. What is Workday? What is SIM? And what are the different main concepts and basic navigation? This is what we call it as Workday tenant, which means this is your Workday page where everybody, be it an implementer is the person who is going to be configuring all of this. Is an implementer or an end user, like some of the folks who are from an end user perspective, like a recruiter, payroll managers, or HR support operations people. All of this will have this. All of them will have the same screen visible every time you log in. That's number one. Number two, what is a SaaS-based platform? One advantage to a SaaS-based platform is you are going to get the same flavor which means there are many options over here, menus over here, modules over here. Everybody is going to be getting the same list of modules wherever you are on the globe. It's not like one person is going to get a different flavor of this. HCM Suite. If you're in US or if you're going to be in Australia, it is going to be the same across the globe for everybody across. That's what we call it a SaaS. That is number one. And coming on to advantage of this is, all I need is a simple browser to access my Workday page. All I need is a browser, which means I can virtually access this on my desktop and also from my mobile. I can access Workday from either my desktop or my mobile. It's easy to access. And you may ask me whether do we have any iOS or Play Store apps. Currently, we do not have any apps to access Workday. You will need a browser to access the Workday ecosystem. I will give you a small things about what are there on the right side. This is what we call it as notifications. Next we have inbox. Next we have your own profile. Now I'm logged in as Carolee that you see over here as well. And here also you see Carolee. And then right next to it is the employee ID. And if I want to view the person's profile, I can view the profile. This screen is very much similar to what you might see in any of the other systems as well. It is kind of the same only. There is no difference with that. It is kind of the same. First up, home. If I click on home, it was anyway going to navigate me to this particular page only. If I've got stuck in other place and I want to come back over here, all that I need to do is go over here to my profile and then click on home. My account. If I have some details or some changes that I want to make to my profile pages or preferences, password related changes, all of those will come in my account. Workbench. If I have some kind of a process related setups and everything that is in Workbench, we will see that in more details during the next sessions. Favorites is going to be something like a bookmark that you might see. For example, a recruiter who is going to log in may have the recruiting related pages set up as the favorite pages for him. Alright, let's leave audit for that. That's going to be a little bit high level in the security side of things. I'm now going to cover only the basic stuff, but I promise you that I'll come to all of these in detail a little later. Alright, next. Workday has a personal drive, just like how you have your Google Drive, where you can save your personal documents. Alright, you can save your personal documents and you can share it with other workers as well or in other processes as well. That is the purpose of Drive. My reports is nothing but any of the reports which are configured for me specifically. As a recruiter, I may want to see who are the people who have been hired in the organization based on a criteria. This is what is called as reports. A CEO of the organization may want to see several dashboards on the organization performance. That is all available over here. This is the right side of this particular screen that we have in the extreme right. Next, what we have over here is number 1, notifications. Number 2, inbox. This is where you need to understand a subtle difference between the two. Let me just explain you when you will get an inbox item and when you will get a notification. For example, a person is going to go on a long-term leave. Probably person is going on a maternity leave, say for 6 months. Definitely, the manager has to approve this. Plus, once it has been approved, the HR person has to be notified, which means it is an approval for the manager and a notification for the HR. Now I just want you to tie this up to two things that we have. If I have an actionable item where it says XYZ has approved for a leave and Arian has to approve this, it will come up as an inbox item for me, which is an FUIA, which means I need to action on it for some actionable approve, review or anything. I need to approve it. Without that, it is not going to be approved in the system or it's not going to go forward. That's what is called as inbox item. Whereas notification is nothing. But if I'm going to be having a notification as an FUI item, like I said, say a person is going to go on a long-term maternity leave, the manager has approved it. Now this needs to be informed to the HR that he can take some relevant action. That is what we call it as notification. Clear on the difference between notification and inbox item. If there is an actionable for me where I need to approve something, I will have an inbox item. Whereas as an HR, I've been notified that this particular person is going on a leave. There is no further action from my side. It is only for a notification or a record keeping purpose. Then I will have it as notifications. Now let's go to the next thing on the left side. Over here I go to menu. Here in menu, I see a lot of options over here. And what I would want you to do is, once you get the tenant access, go through all of these and try to find out what each one of these are. Some of them are self-explanatory, like personal information timesheets. All of these are self-explanatory. Personal information is going to contain a person's personal information, whatever he saved the contact information. If you see here, I have two options. Once I came to personal information, I have two things over here. One is change. Another is view. The first option, it says view about me. What are my details? My address, email address, address changes. Everything is going to be available. These are more self-explanatory for you. This is just a starting point for you. Don't think that this is something I'm teaching anything high level, but this is just a very starting level. And I would definitely want you to understand this. That's why I'm asking you to go through this a little bit more, that you can ask me more questions and I can give you a lot more information as well. You see here you have view about me address. What is my current address? Email address. The system does have the capability to maintain both personal as well as official email addresses. Address changes. The history of any address changes that I have made. My name information. Phone numbers. Any worker documents. Worker documents could be any documents which the organization is going to mandate. Something like contract details or other stuff as well. And the left side pane is going to contain like change, which means if I want to change my contact information, emergency contacts, photo, legal name, preferred name, birth date, business title, everything else. But today, what I would rather want you to do is after the class. An activity for all of you is, please go through this personal information. It's very simple. All that you are going to do is only view. Please do not go to change. At this moment change, we will take it in the further classes. But in view, I want you to go through all of these and find out what is actually happening over there. It's very simple. You are only going to view your own profile details, only nothing else. Alright, let's just go about with this and see what happens in About Me. I've clicked on About Me over here. What it takes me to Carol Lee's profile. Alright. In Carol Lee's profile, you will see the supervisory organization that Carol Lee is working, the manager, which company the person is working with, the employee ID, education details, skills, job history, which means prior to this organization where all this particular person has worked. Alright. Statement. Not much of details are available for this person from person to person. It could vary. Alright. Next job details the current job where this particular person is working for location. All of these details. I will deal all of these fields as well. A little detail in the further sessions as well. This particular person has been working here for the last 23 years, 7 months, 29 days, it says it. And contact information. And if you see here, it shows public, which means this information is available with everybody in the organization. It is not going to be restricted to just a certain people. It is available for everybody to view. Work address. All of this is available over here. And if you see other information, for Carol Lee, we have several other tabs as well. First one we saw about summary. Next is the performance, which means performance is nothing but your appraisal. Year-end appraisal. If there are any year-end appraisal feedbacks which is received, it will be available here. Your career path, your training interest, other job applications. All of that is going to be available over here. Next, feedback. If you have received any feedback from somebody, your manager, peers, that is going to be available in the feedback session. Your current job details. The organization that you are working, how long you have worked, your other details are also available here. And here I want you to look at this particular one, which is called as worker history. This is going to be a very, very vast one, which means what worker history is going to contain is right from the start. This particular person currently has been in the organization for the last 29 years. What all has happened in this particular person's lifetime for the last 29 years is all available here. Everything is available over here. If an HR admin wants to view the entire career history of Carol Lee, all that I need to do is go to this particular person's profile and then come over to job. And then all that I need to do is view worker history. Everything is going to be available. You may want to go through this as well, and just to understand more details about how Workday is built. Alright, next overview. It is just a summary of the employee's profile and other details. Contact information. If there is any contact information, emergency details, everything is available over here. Personal information is going to be the employee's personal details, date of birth, marital status, gender, etc. If the person has provided some IDs, you can use that. Compensation is going to be the employee's compensation. What is going to be the pay? If it is going to be X dollars a year, it is going to say X dollars a year. Whatever was there in your latest hike letter or your offer letter, whichever is applicable. Benefit. Like what we saw earlier about all the benefits, information of self plus dependents. All those details and the history is going to be available. A pay is going to be my paycheck and other details. Pretty much all the modules that we have discussed over here or discussed today is going to be available over here in just this particular page. Pretty much clear on this. What I want you to do is please go through all of this information. I do not want you to do any operation, but I just want you guys to familiarize with how Workday is going to look like. If you see here, Karen Lee, the supervisory organization is given as Technology Consulting NA, which means this is the organization where this particular person is working. We will deep dive into this topic a little later on the next session. If I go in over here, Technology Consulting NA, I will see all of the peers of Karen Lee. Karen Lee is one of the members. If I see, I clicked on Technology Consulting NA and it took me over here, which is the supervisory organization details. What I want you to do is also go through all of these. Members is going to be nothing but the people who are working in the same supervisory organization. Karen Lee is one of them, and she has Amit Patel, Jocelyn, and Joe as her peers in the organization. And the other details about the supervisory organization. We will deal with it in detail in the next session. Please do not jump the gun. I just want to only show you the supervisory organization and nothing else. And one topic I just want to explain over here is, you see, here you have 3 dots over here. Alright, this is a common button which is available in all of Workday ecosystem. It will be available for almost every single item that you see. This is what we call it as related actions. We call it as related actions. One more thing, what I want you to do is go to this particular supervisory organization, click on related actions, and just view the organization chart. And I think some of you was also saying that today, earlier when we had the introduction section, some of you had dealt with the charts and the organization charts. This is where I would view my organization chart. Where I went to the organization supervisory organization. Let me just go back in time as well. Today, you are going to be viewing the profile of Carol Lee. All of this information, please go through them. Whatever information you want, just do whatever you want to do. Not an issue at all, but don't make any changes. Only go to view mode for now. That is number 1. Number 2, the supervisory organization is the organization where Carol Lee is working, which is Consulting Technology, Consulting NA. Click on that once. Once you click on this, the supervisory organization is going to open and you can view all the peers of Carol Lee over here. Next, come to related actions, which is the 3 dots which you see right next to Technology Consulting, NINE. Click on that. The other options, you just leave it. Only check the organization chart. Very simple. Alright. See here you can see Amit Patel, Carol Lee, Jocelyn and Joe. All of them are reporting to their managers, which is Betty Louie and Jamie Stone. They are the managers. And if you want to scroll up, you can scroll up. You can keep scrolling up all the way to the CEO. Alright. They are going to be reporting to Betty Louie and then Darrell. And who is in turn going to be reporting to 2 other managers, Max Lynn. And then it goes all the way top to the executive manager group and to the top level, which is Betty Louie, who is the global head of our organization over here. Clear on this? We've seen very high level and simple stuff for the day. Thank you. Alright, I'm just taking randomly one of the supervisory organizations created by you that it is easy for us to understand. Alright, he's created one supervisory organizations and we'll be dealing with the entire thing about SUPOCs today, plus locations. That's the agenda for the topic today. But before that, I want to introduce one very important topic over here called as staffing model. Alright, before that, those who have worked in an HR background, what do you mean by positions? What is the position? What exactly do you mean by a position in any HR terminology that you've worked on? Be it PeopleSoft APE, SuccessFactors, Oracle HCM or PeopleSoft anything. What do you mean by a position? Let me just tell you what exactly a position is going to be. Say, a position is going to be any kind of a role or any kind of a role that I'm going to be creating in an organization with a fixed set of attributes, which means in any organization, a supervisory organization. I'm going to be talking only in terms of supervisory organizations from this moment onwards. Please, relate it to what a supervisory organization is in any organization. In any supervisory organizations, I'm going to create a position which could be a role with a predefined set of characters. What exactly do I mean by that? If I'm going to say a person is going to be enrolled or is going to be hired to a position called consultant, that consultant is going to be having a job role, which is Workday Consultant. He is going to be based out of, say, San Francisco in US, and this particular person will have a certain department. This is going to be the job description. This is going to be the cost center related to that position. All of this is going to be encompassed in a position. What exactly is a position? It is going to be specifically a role in any supervisory organization with a specific predefined characteristics. Clear on this? What will ideally happen in a position is, say a consultant is going to leave a supervisory organization. He has left. I'm going to have another person who's going to be exactly replacing this particular position. Whoever was there previously, the same role, department, etc. All of them are going to be filled in by the new resource. He does not have an individual specific. It is not at a worker level, whereas it is at a position or more precisely a role level. That is what we call it as a position. Clear on this wonder? Any questions? And it is the same for any HCM seat that you have worked on, be it SAP, PeopleSoft, Oracle. Those who have worked on it previously, it is the same. Now I can just even ask you what exactly is the position that you are currently working on. Some of you, probably those who haven't worked on HCM. Can you just tell me what is the position or role that you are working on? Just to give you a perspective as to what exactly your position is. Anybody who's worked on HCM who are newbies? IT recruiter, IT red. IT recruiter by itself is a position. It's a position right now. IT recruiter is a position. It is going to have certain attributes. This particular IT recruiter position is going to be based on whichever location you are from. And whatever organization you have will have an IT recruiter position. And that job description for this particular IT recruiter is going to be, you need to hire certain folks for a certain department. And you will be tagged to a department, cost center, etc. All of this is going to be specific imbibed to that particular position. What exactly a position is? This is very, very primitive. This is fundamental for any HCM. No matter whichever HCM you are going to be working, or you have worked, or in the future as well. Clear? Any other questions? Or those who haven't had any other experience? Or those who haven't had any experience? Is it clear? Probably those who are newbies to HCM. Is the position concept clear? Not compensation. It is only more related to the job role. Nothing related to compensation. Because I can have, like I said, somebody was working as an IT recruiter. IT recruiter could have different salaries. It is necessary to have the same salary. The salary could be different. The structure might be separate. Alright, now, next question. We saw IT recruiters. From the same lady who was talking, how many IT recruiters do you have in your supervisory organization? Don't tell me in the organization as such, the company as such, in your own supervisory organization. How many IT recruiters are there? 10 IT recruiters are there. Can I have more than 10? No, I am asking you. Are there any restrictions tagged to it? Saying that I can have only in your supervisory organization, not your company. In your supervisory organization, which could be like IT supervisory organization. Can I have more than 10 recruiters? Is it possible? Is what I am saying. Does your organization policy allow that? At any point of time. Leave alone all the temporary criteria, everything, but permanent. That is why I am saying, when I am going to have an organization, which is going to be positioned What I am just saying is, if I am going to say a supervisory organization is going to be position based or position driven, I can have only certain number of predefined people in every position. Alright? What I was saying is, if my organization is going to be position based, I can have only certain number of predefined people in every position. I cannot have more number of people. If I want to have less than 10 people, I can have 9 people, as long as I can manage, or I may have to request for an additional hiring. But position-based organizations are going to have only fixed number of people. This is the most important criteria. Clear on this? Any questions? For example, yesterday we saw a CEO level supervisory organization. For your information, you need to note that Super CEO supervisory organization is always a position. Supervisory organization, and I can have only one SE. Correct. I can have only one CEO, which is fundamental. I can have only one person as a C. I cannot have multiple people as in any supervisory organization or in my organization structure, because I can have only one person as a C. I cannot have multiple people as a C. Clear on this? Any questions there? Alright, let me just show you that as well. We saw this. The same support that we saw yesterday. Technology consulting. And this particular organization, if I go to the staffing tab, I am saying that this is a position. Supervisory organization. Which means if I want to hire people in this particular organization, I need to create with creating a position. I can organization, supervisory organization, that is clear on this. Fundamental comes. Any questions here? I can. Just that will. I can go back. What I said was, if I am going to say this technology consulting, supervisory organization, staffing model. The staffing model of this supervisory organization is position management. I can any with a position and a position to hire somebody. If there is no open position, I cannot. This is very fundamental. That is why like I said, just one fundamental. I am just going in the hierarchy all the way to the CEO, which is Betty Lee, and she happens the top level. Let me choose. Go to this particular supervisory organization, which is Global Modern Services. Supervisory organization is organization, and this is, we have one more on top of this as well. Exec management, modern services. This is the supervisor organization, and this particular organization position management organization, because I cannot have more to supervise organization structure structure, which is president, whoever it is, it management organization. This is because I cannot more A. Particular person. Replacement. Fundamental position. Management. Supervisor. Organization. Staff. Position. Recruiters. Tomorrow. Because organization. Reorganization. Something. People. 8 September. Position. Because position. Through. Whatever. See. Black. Wherever. Position. Return. That's position. No. Staff. Card. Management. Base. Supervisor. Organization. League. Foremost. Position. Position. Supervisor. Organization. Quit. Position. Number. Requirements. Requirements. Definitely. Fundamental. Position. Manage. Opposite. Management. Would. Employee. Who. Send. Organization. Supervisory. Organization. Send. Supervisory. Organization. Bot. Supervisor. Organization. Because. Send. Somebody. But. Which. Typically. Thanksgiving. Everything. Ex. Organization. People. Additionally. Especially. Position. Grade. Because. Employees. Cup. Imp. Supervisor. Organization. Probably. Typical. Customer. Send. Purport. Something. Port. Management. Supervisor. Organization. P. Without. Restrictions. difference between position management, management, op position management, fundamentally, fundamental, necessarily, consultant, position, contractors, organization, get, uh, management, organization, position management, because possess, create, send, supervisor, organization, which position management based work throughout pick that view because organizations management their position management organization company organizations supervisor organization somebody position management base good with left organization manager supervisory organizations position management managerial recommended recommended system implementation organization disposition management it's because question supervisor somebody questions staff support position management up supervisory organization weak position explanatory requisition requisition whatever head Position. Requisition. Which possibly happening. Position. Evoking confidential. Position. Requisition. Is possess which on particular position and create requisition. Requisition. Image. Linked. Requisition. Hmm. Question. Position. Through. Understand. Clear. Requisitions. Ready. Supervisory organizations. Fundamental. Supervisor organizations. Curator. Supervisor organization. Would. Court. No. In particular. Supervisor organization. Hierarchy. Availability. Which organization available. Ex- Effect. September. Create. Supervisory organization. Organizations. Departments. Project. Different. Sub. Which completely configurable. Configure. Because organization. Jar. Supervisory organization. Departments. Cook. Num. With something. Whatever. Visible. Visible. Ever. Restrict. And peak. Rest. Particular. Supervisor organization. Any. Accident. Particular. Supervisor organization. Supervisor organization. Any company. Organization. Super. Location. So for an organization, yesterday, remember location. More to location. Secondary location. Right? Staff for more. Staff supervisor organization created. Whatever available. Management supervisor organization. Right? Because action position creating position edit position lit available organization right co some supervisor organization work recruiter recruiter supervisory organization configured specific completely configurable it organization different everything completely different question before right. Super organization technology consult because consulting superior supervisory organization consulting so among up to superior particular superior sub administrative assistant right so supervisor organization administrative assistant technology consulting supervisor organization something administrative assistant first guess guess inheritance, inheritance, with superior, inherit, cert, cert, people, assign, particular, first, particular, first, in, person, particular, organization, every, correct, inheritance, with, report, supervisory, organizations, with, assign, supervisory, organization, right, supervisory, supervisory, organization, which, call, operation, supervisor, assign, assign, administrative, assistant, organization, 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 supervisory, organization, supervisory, operation, supervisory, organization, assign, administrative, assistant, with, organizations, reporter, particular, operation, supervisor, administrative, assistant, every, organization, P, bot, administrative, assistants, administrative, assistant, call it, inheritance, fund, question, supervisory, organization, assign, up, organization, inherit, support, that's fundamental, that, up, organizations, organizations, location, thing, right, supervisory, organization, creating, activity. Every creating. Organization. Location. Creating. Lo- Location. Business. Completely configurable. Different. Remember. Location. Completely configurable. Attributes. All of this in the back end, the way I want it, based on my client requirements. I'm going to say it is just probably a headquarters location. Attributes. If I want to add some attributes over here, what it is, again I want to do it. And again, like I said, location is another type of organization, which means it is also going to have inheritance. It is also going to have the hierarchy level, which means San Francisco could be a location under San Francisco. I could have San Francisco Office 1, San Francisco Office 2. San Francisco Office 1 and Office 2 will be part of the hierarchy, which will report to San Francisco, and San Francisco could report to Washington State, and then Washington State to go to us, and us could go to any North America. That is, and North America could go to global. The same hierarchy inheritance, all the concepts that we have seen is going to be over here as well. Clear? And again external all for this particular location. If I want to add URL, I can do that. These are all non-mandatory fields. Coordinates, if I want to have some GPs, not much used. Next, contact information. What is going to be the office contact? Phone number, address, email address or POC over there in the organization. All these are more administrative or reporting purposes. Next, since I chose it as business site, what is going to be my time profile? More of the time zone where this location is going to be. I'm just going to give it a central as time. Or, right, I don't think there is any standard working hours over here. This time profile is a little different, not the time standard. Time profile is like for every location in the organization. I think I missed that. Sorry on that. This is different. This is like for every location across the globe. How many hours am I expected to work? For example, in the US, you are expected to work 40 hours a day. 40 hours a week. Whereas if I go to Europe, each and every country is going to have a different legal requirement or label requirement. Some countries, in the Nordics, you are expected to work only 35 hours a week, whereas in France or in UK, you are expected to work 7.5 into 5, which is like 37.5 hours. I can create specific time profiles for them. In India, it could be 40 or 45, whereas if you go to Japan, it's going to be again 45. If you are going to be in the Southeast Asia, it is 40 hours. Every location is going to have a different time profile, which could be like how many hours and what are the legal requirements related to that. That is what a time profile is going to be. What is going to be the default language? Time zone language. If you want to set a default language for this, I can set it up. And what is going to be the currency posting locations? I would say this is more into recruiting side of things. I wouldn't want to deal it over here in her sessions. This is specifically what we have in a location over here, and I'm going to hit. What is the error that I got? Probably I missed something address. Probably missed filling out an address information. I will just give it as a I will just give a random address. Oops, I missed the state. Alright. And again, one thing good about Workday is all postal codes that you are going to be entering is going to be validated. If I'm going to enter a wrong postal code, say for UK or for us, it is going to hit a validation error saying that the postal code is incorrect, and I'll get an error over here. Alright, what is this postal code error? I didn't mark it as primary. I'll just mark this as primary right now. Alright, clear on how to create a location over here and what are the different attributes for my location. Any questions here? An activity for people today is, I want you to create a location and create a supervisory organization and tag this supervisory organization to the location. That's going to be the activity for you today. Clear on that? Any questions here? 1 minute. Activity for you today is, I want you to create 2 locations today. That is number 1. Number 2, create 2 supervisory organizations and say you're going to create location B. Create 2 supervisory organizations, S1 and S2. I'm just giving you a sample name. You can create the name that you want. If you want to create Aryan 1, if you want to create Nishant 1, if you want to create Kalyani 1, you can create it. And your first supervisory organization to have the location 1. Second, supervisory organization should have location 2. And your look, supervisory organization 1 should be the superior supervisory organization of supervisory organization 2. Just create a small hierarchy-based supervisory organization. That is going to be the activity for you. When I created the location, I gave the location name location usage once it is entered. Let me go to edit. I had given the location name, details, location type, and then the next tab that I went to the address. Let's do one thing. I'll just go to the create location search and then do what's easier. I gave it as here. I gave business site. I gave here as business side. Then I went in over here I did. It's not see in Workday anything that is marked over here as asterisk. It means it is mandatory. Rest of them you may choose to ignore. It's not mandatory. Only certain details are going to be mandatory for a location. Address is definitely mandatory. The details that you have over here is not mandatory. In the business side tab time profile is definitely mandatory because it's going to drive a lot of things. When you get into that, we will see that these are the mandatory fields that you have for a location. Clear before we wrap up for the day. This is just a small chart which is going to show you how exactly our workers can actually be grouped into a supervisory organization and the hierarchy and the structure that is there. Alright, that is number 1. I think we would have already seen this. Alright, we've already seen and probably you would have created one as well yesterday. If you see, just to explain this, Elvis is going to be the CEO of this particular organization, which is the Era Manufacturing Corp. And he's also the manager over here. And there are like multiple people who are reporting onto him, which is called as the administrative group. And administrative group has a subordinate support called Sales, Production, R&D. And again, the next one is going to be the production department, which is going to be the subordinate of sales, production, and R&D. Alright. Now, did you observe something? Members of the organization are all part of the same support, whereas the manager is from one level above. This is a very, very fundamental thing. When I'm going to have somebody as a manager in any supervisory organization, they need to be at least one level above. I can have them at a different level as well, but predominantly it's one level above. I could even have somebody at a CEO who's the manager, but we generally don't go by that. When I'm going to say that person is going to be part of, or if I'm going to have a production department manager, I can have them only as a member of sales, production and R&D. Only a member of sales, production, R&D can be the manager of production. Only a member of administrative group can be a member of sales, production, R&D. Only exception could be JRF Manufacturing Corp, because JRF Manufacturing Corp is the CEO organization. If you see the hierarchy of that CEO organization, that organization will report onto itself. JRF Manufacturing Corp will report to the same organization, which means it's the apex. It is at the apex level. It's going to report onto itself. Elvis Bradley will be the only exception, the way that we create the org hierarchy or structure. Clear on this fundamental thing. I can have even Elvis Bradley as the production manager's manager, production department manager. But only thing is Elvis Bradley should be a part of this support. Only then I can have this person assigned. Production department is the subordinate organization of sales, production and R&D. For sales, the superior organization is administrative group. It just goes from right on to left. Production, sales, production, R&D, administrative. And then they see top level GRM Manufacturing Corp, which is a CEO level organization. This is how the hierarchy is. You can just transverse it and imagine as something like a tree structure. The way I'm going to structure my organization depends. And again, I can also have a manager given by inheritance. Why I just picked up that particular example was in your life tenant when you go into. Let me show you that. Because the reason why I was actually putting that particular structure or that particular question, because this will come up when you go into your tenant and I go to my supervisor organization of Carol Lee Technology Consulting AA and I go to her org structure. Alright? Because tomorrow, when you look at it, if you see you have 4 managers, I think yesterday we had 2, and that is some change which has been made. We have like 4 people who are assigned as managers, Jamie Stone and Betty Lee. Whereas Betty Lee is not over here because it comes via inheritance, because Betty Lee is at the top. If you see, Betty Lee is over here as well. And if I go to the top, all the way to the top here also, she is the manager at consulting. She is also managing at the operations, supervisory, and all the way to the executive management group. One worker can be part of only one supervisory organization, but it doesn't restrict Elvis Bradley from being the supervisor of production department. Alright, let's move on to the next one. Like what we saw over here, a worker can be assigned to only one supervisory organization. That's number 1. Number 2, manager of a supervisory organization is never a member of the same supervisory organization that they manage. You've already seen that. The third one, a manager of a supervisory organization is hired at a superior organization that they manage. It depends on how the organization structure is going to look like. What I gave you was more of a real-time example based on how the business may want to have it. But in an ideal world, it's going to be a sequential, or it's going to be like bottom to top. It's going to be more of a bottom to top. That's how I'm going to be managing my hierarchy. Alright, let's move on to the next question. The next one, organization roles. I think we did see a few things yesterday as well. Security controls for position is what I'm going to call it as roles. For each organization, I may have different roles and responsibilities. Let me just show you the roles for this supervisory organization called as Tech Consulting NA. Like I said, the members are going to be Amit Patel, Karoli, Jocelyn and Joe. All of these are members and it is managed by the supervisory organization's manager. Now let's go to the role. Right. Like I said yesterday, there are a couple of things that you need to note over here. One is called as assigned roles. Another one is called as inherited roles. If I'm going to say that somebody is assigned role, the person is going to be assigned this particular role at that supervisory organization. And if I do have inheritance enabled, then it is also going to be flowing down to the reporting supervisory organizations or the subordinate supervisory organizations. If I have inheritance enabled. Alright. Otherwise, it's going to be assigned only at that particular level. For example, for this particular role or supervisory organization, Logan McNeil is assigned as an absence partner. And if at an absence partner level, I do have inheritance enabled, then it's going to flow down all the way to the bottom. And yesterday we saw about Kelly Brown. Kelly Brown, the administrative assistant, is assigned at 3 levels above my current supervisory organization. It flows down all the way to the bottom, most subordinate supervisory organization. Clear on this? This is typically how the roles work. In a real-time case, it could be completely different for this particular case. I think this is a demo tenant. We have around 282 roles which are assigned. But in a real-world scenario, I may not have all of these roles. And where this role comes in, for example, let me give you an example as simple case. Say a person is going to be going on a long-term leave, maybe due to medical reasons, personal sabbatical or even for higher education. Say for example, Ariane is going to apply for a long-term leave for education purposes for a year. I'm going to take a sabbatical for some education or personal reasons. I will first submit a request which needs to go across to the manager for approval. Post the approval by the manager. It needs to be informed. Like I said in the previous week, it needs to be informed to the absence partner. And where does that absence partner come in? Is from this particular role assignment. Clear on where this actually is going to be used in a real world. Or, if I'm going to take another example, let's take this particular organization which is Technology Consulting and Karoli. Ask Karoli if you are going to apply, say, a long-term leave. Possibly, first it will go to the manager. Next it will go to the absence partner. Say Logan McNeil for either information or approvals. Since it is going to be a long-term leave, and I can have n number of different roles assigned at a supervisory organization level. It is not necessary for me to have it only at supervisory organization level. I could have other roles or assignments at location and other places as well. But this is specifically where the assignment comes in. The person to whom it is assigned to comes in from this particular place. Absence partner. This is just a little bit advanced. Probably if you're not able to follow. I'm just showing you only this particular screen. It's a little bit advanced. But I will show you only where this configuration is going to come in from. If I see over here, I have something called as absence partner assignment role. Because I'll be taking this in detail 2 or 3 weeks from now, which is in security. I have absence partner assigned. And this is enabled at a supervisory organization level. And I do have an option over here, which I'm going to say assigned to single assignment, which means I cannot have more than one person assigned at a supervisory organization, which means I cannot have multiple people assigned. If I have this checkbox enabled, I will not be having it. The rest of them, just leave it for now. We will see it in detail. This is where this config comes in from. For now, I'm just only giving you at a very high level, because we'll deal all this little later. But if the configuration is available, I can do it. I can have multiple people assigned as well, because I could have an organization where I can have 20-30 people. And practically it is not possible to have just one person assigned as an absence partner or any other role for that matter. I need multiple people to manage things purely based on business requirements. The next. We've already seen all of this. Organization roles in each organization assigned. And you're going to have an organization owner. And each supervisory organization is going to have members. But the organization may also have members who support it, but may not be members, like what we saw right now. I could have somebody like an absence partner who is not from this particular organization. They could be from another supervisory organization. It could be something like absence support supervisory organization. And we saw Logam Kneal assigned as the absence partner. She's not from this particular organization. That's what I'm saying. It need not necessarily be. That's it. Alright. And where this comes in is when I have business process routings or delegations. All of this is going to be coming in over there. And we also saw about how assignments and also inheritance comes in over here. Alright. The next thing that we are going to be seeing is called as reorganization. Alright. Just a question to all of you. What exactly do you mean by reorganization in a normal HR terminology? When you hear the word reorganization in any HCM or in the news, they could say that in your organization or your company news they should say, we are going to go for a reorg. What exactly do you mean by reorg? Reorg would be like, I'm going to change. Say this technology consulting is going to be currently reporting to a technology head or somebody. Now I'm going to change it to somebody like a CEO or a chief information officer or somebody. I'm going to move this organization's hierarchy. And I'm going to have somebody else assignment of a supervisor or superior or even a reporting or what we call in Workday terminology, subordinate supervisory organization. And I could even make this as redundant. Which means I'm going to say that one particular, for example, which you might have seen in news as well, I'm going to say that a manufacturing department has become redundant. What do they mean by that? It no longer exists. And all those employees are possibly laid off. This is another news that you would have seen very recently as well. And next thing, all those people who are there in that particular organization, I'm going to be moving them to another place. All of this is possible right now. Let's see one by one. First off, if I'm going to say I'm taking this particular example, right now technology consulting for this particular supervisory organization that I have over here. My current superior organization is Consulting Services North America Updated Group. Now I'm just going to make a small change over here. And I'm going to say I'm going to go to the organization's related actions. I scroll down all the way to the bottom, come to reorg. And I say assign superior, which means I currently have a superior. But I'm going to make a change. And I'm going to say that it reports to some other superior supervisory organization. And what exactly effective date means? The date from when this is going to be effective. I would ideally have it only as my current date, or something in the future which could be like start of the month, which could be like the 1st of October, or based on how my organization is going to be looking like. And I'm going to say, I'm just choosing the current date right now, and I'm just going to give some test comments. Why I'm making some change or due to Rio or whatever. I want to give in over here. I'm going to say submit. I've already chosen. Oh, I missed it. Just a minute. I missed one thing over there. This is completed. I missed choosing another supervisory organization, which means it is not any change that I made. Go back again to assign superior organization. This is considering on something else. Instead of consulting services North America, let us choose something else over here. Let's go to an organization which is like one level above. Now I have this particular organization, Technology Consulting NA, which reports to Consulting Services North America Group. Instead of this, let us say that this is going to be reporting to Consulting Services. I'm just bringing it one level above. I go to Organization. I say Assign Superior, and I'm going to pick this as Consulting Services. I say Consulting Services. And this is the good thing about Workday, is for everything that I want to choose, there is something called as related actions over here. And in related actions, I can just view a small snippet of what it is, just to be sure that I'm going to be choosing the right one. If you see here, it says Supervisory Organization Consulting Services. Who's the manager? Daryl Parker, and estimated current headcount is going to be 4. And what are the different subordinate and superior organizations? This is just to ensure that I'm picking the right one. Daryl Parker is the manager. It is correct. I'm choosing this particular organization right now. And I'm hitting submit. Alright, that's it. This is done. If you see here, earlier it was something different. If I go to this chart itself, it was reporting to Technology Consulting North America. But now my organization is Consulting Services. Let's go to the org chart as well and see if this is all correct. In the org chart, if you see Technology Consulting NA, now this reports to Consulting Services. And if I come to the bottom over here, I see Carolee and everybody reporting directly to this organization. This is the first one that we wanted to discuss today. Now I'm just going back to Technology Consulting North America or NA. Alright. First thing we saw about in the reorganization, we saw assigning a superior supervisory organization. Next, I can even create one subordinate supervisory organization for technology consulting. And if I click on that, it is going to directly take me to creating a supervisory organization. But it will be creating it with technology consulting, NA as the superior supervisory organization. Probably. What I would suggest is you can explore this particular option over here. You can create the superior supervisory organization first and then come over here and then say create subordinate. And in a real world, if you are asked to implement any kind of a supervisory hierarchy, we would usually start from the CEO level. We create the CEO level supervisory organization first. It's always a top to bottom approach that we're not going to miss anything over there. Alright, that is number 1. Next, what I told you was about inactivating a supervisory organization. If I want to inactivate an organization, I can go for this particular approach and I can say that I can inactivate him. But before I inactivate, what are the certain things that I need to clearly have in mind? Number one, all the positions. Since this is a position-based supervisory organization, I need to ensure that all my positions are going to be closed. That's number one. And if for this particular supervisory organization, there are certain in-progress events which are currently happening, I need to ensure that there are no in-progress events because a position could be in the pipeline of being created and it is in the various levels of approvals. I need to take some action towards that. That is why it is just actually showing right now. That is number one. Number two, I need to take some action on all my current workers. Am I going to move them out, which means I'm going to make them, or I'm going to have them terminated, or am I going to move them to another supervisory organization? That is the next thing that we need to be looking at. And only post that I will be able to inactivate a supervisory organization. What I would rather say is just link it to a normal business scenario, how you would approach it. That's number two. Third, as a part of reorganization, what we are going to be seeing is moving people from one organization to another organization. For example, let me just give the date over here as current date. In this particular supervisory organization, I have two people. One is going to be senior consultant versus Joe, and another is going to be Joseline. Let's imagine that I'm moving Joseline from the technology consulting NA to, let's see, consulting services. Alright, I'm just making a confirmation whether it is the right one. It is Darrell Parker's organization. I'm moving Joseline from technology consulting NA to the consulting services group right now. And if I want to have some mass movement, I can do that as well. This is completed right now. Alright, I'll go to process. This is successfully completed. Alright. Now let us go to our org structure again and then see if it is all good. If you see over here, I have moved. Where was the group actually? I moved under Darrell Parker. I moved under Darrell Parker. I moved under Darrell Parker. One minute. Let me just check it. Is there something stuck in the approvals? Darrell Parker over here is different. Let me just check this one alone. I'll get back to you. Some issue over there with that particular worker who is not possibly moved. I'll check this up and I'll get back to you in quick time. We saw about assigning a superior organization. How I can assign a superior organization? I can also create a subordinate supervisory organization. Which means, like I said, when we create an organization hierarchy or when we go for a new implementation, we always start from the top and go all the way to the bottom. We create a CEO level supervisory organization and then we go to the bottom. That it's always easy for us to create. And also the inheritance and everything is going to be clearly set up. Alright? Alright, that's number one. I'm going to divide my supervisory organization into multiple smaller units. It's better administered. It's better administered. That is what is the purpose of an organization division. I might divide an organization into multiple small units. And again, the main consideration is going to be like how my organization staffing model is going to look like. And again, I have to ensure that all my positions are also managed properly. And I do have the same staffing model. Number one. Second, the role assignments. Say I'm going to divide it. These are all you know. Probably you can just link it to a practical scenario. I have a division, say a sales division. I'm going to just say I have a sales division out of US. And I feel like there are some 60 people reporting onto a person. A manager, say Arian. Now I feel that as a sales unit of US, managing 50, 60 people is going to be difficult. I might divide it as one called as sales unit for East Coast, another one for sales unit for West Coast. And for West Coast, I may have a new manager, which could be somebody based out of San Francisco, whereas a person for the East Coast, I could have somebody from New York. It is easy for me to manage. That's typically a real life scenario where I would be dividing an organization purely for administrative purpose. Yes, that's number one. And the second consideration, how my hierarchy is going to typically look like upon division. I'm going to divide my organization into two. How is going to be the role hierarchy? How is the superior supervisory organization going to look like? Is it still going to remain the same as the old hierarchy? Or am I going to make some changes over there in the hierarchy as well and say that it's not going to be reporting into me, but it's going to be reporting into another junior resource who will be correspondingly reporting to me? Purely an administrative call from the business teams. Next, move workers. We saw about move workers in the current scenario that I was just showing you. Because we didn't have positions open, it didn't move across to the other organization. The only restriction that I need to have is ensure that there are positions which are open and available to fill. Only then I'll be able to move workers from one organization to another supervisory organization. The next thing that we are going to be seeing over here is inactivating an organization. Like I said, if I feel that an organization is going to become inactive, redundant, I will choose the option called as inactivating an organization. Alright. At the same time, the consideration that I need to have is, if I'm going to make an organization inactive, I need to ensure that all workers who are there in the organization are moved to another supervisory organization. The positions are all closed, actioned out everything. And if there are any in progress pipeline items, I need to ensure that that is also taken care of. Organization owner. Usually, if I say that organization owner, what do I mean by an organization? Owner is typically in any specific terminology. I would say it is more of the manager of the organization that I'm going to be creating. And usually what we do in the current tenant that you might see is it is always self-assigned, which means the one who's actually going to be creating will be the owner of this particular supervisory organization. The purpose of this is more administrative. When we create one supervisory organization in a real world, we will say that the manager is going to be also owning the organization. It is more of an administrative purpose. I will be the owner of this, the manager. I will be managing this organization. It is more of a one more role that we create and manage. More for administrative purpose. It does not have any real world scenario other than doing day-to-day tasks for the supervisory organization that I'm creating. And of course, if a manager is going to leave the organization or he's going to move on to a new hierarchy, I'm going to be transferring the ownership to another person. And we do have the option to transfer multiple organizations to a single owner or anything. Or I could even have a real life scenario where all the organizations are owned by the CEO. That he can take any kind of administrative action. He owns the entire company. It would be making sense to me to say that the CEO is going to be the owner of all the supervisory organizations that I create. That's from a real life scenario. For administrative purposes, what it is. The organization owner is more for administrative purpose. Whatever administrative tasks that I want to do in my organization, that is where I typically do. Alright, we saw about supervisory organizations over the last few days and also the different organization types. We saw locations, we saw supervisory organizations. Now we're going to be seeing about other organizations, their overviews, and what all can be done. This is typically what we're going to be seeing. What are the different other organization types that you can see? And next, what is going to be the organization structure or hierarchy that I can see? What we can create? Alright, first off, like what we saw, what exactly an organization is going to be like. I'm going to be grouping positions, workers, cost centers, department locations. All that is typically what an organization is going to be like, just to have a group regulated entity. That is what I'm going to be doing. That is number one. Number two, we also have something called this organization hierarchy. We did see what is going to be a superior supervisory organization and what is going to be a subordinate supervisory organization. How the entire organization is going to look like. The hierarchy, everything. That is going to be a superior supervisory organization. How the organization is going to look like. The organization hierarchy is like we are going to be storing. Only say if I'm going to say an organization hierarchy. What exactly it means is I'm going to be storing the entire organization in a hierarchical manner. And I'm going to store only specific types in that. And not other types like, say, I'm going to store. And not other types like, say, I have an organization hierarchy. Then I'm going to store only organizations in a hierarchical manner. What is superior? What is going to be the subordinate? How that chain of commands is going to typically look like. That's what I'm going to be doing in my organization. Hierarchy. Clear on that? Before we get into the organization hierarchies that we have over here, to give you an overview about what are the different organization types apart from supervisory orgs and locations that are there. Number one, company. Just a question for all of you. What exactly do you mean by a company? Government is companies more like what a legal entity is going to be, and I'm going to be grouping multiple supervisory organizations under a company. And I definitely have multiple companies which work under the same brand. For example, if you're going to be looking at a company like AT&T, or I can say Facebook, I could have different legal entities or companies. All of them are going to report to Facebook, but I could have Facebook, Facebook India, Facebook Japan. I could have Facebook out of Africa, Facebook Europe. All of these are different companies, but all of them report to the parent organization, which is Facebook, probably based out of the US. That's typically what it is. That is number one. What is a cost center? Cost center is typically to manage your finances. I would define a cost center. What exactly it means is any kind of a costing that is going to be involved. How am I going to track it in my financial legal statements? I'm going to say that X number of dollars are going to be spent for a marketing team or for the marketing team. It's going to be the overheads, and this is going to be the expenses for the marketing team or marketing department. What exactly could be that any kind of marketing campaigns I'm going to be running? Say, for example, if I'm going to be running something like an organization called Amazon, and I could be running some marketing campaigns for the upcoming Black Friday festival sale. This is all going to be part of the cost. What else could be part of the marketing teams? Number one are the advertisement revenues, advertisement expenses that are going to come in. Apart from that, the marketing team is going to have certain employees tagged with. What exactly is the cost for all of these employees? And apart from that, are there any administrative costs that are going to come in? All of this is going to be tracked by a single cost center. Or if you have seen some financial statements of any organization, you would have seen head of expenses. Head of expenses is nothing but a more relatable term for cost center. Head of expenses, because if you see any financial statements of any organization, they're going to say for marketing, we have spent much for salaries. We have spent much of dollars. All of that is cost center. Basically, anything that I want to account for, I need to spend out of a simple account. What is that? It is what is called a cost center. In a nutshell, that's what it is. ERP systems, probably SuccessFactors, PeopleSoft, Oracle, HCM Suite. Cost center is the same across any kind of an ERP platform that you have worked for. PeopleSoft to Oracle or SuccessFactor, we do have cost centers. And it's just lift and shift. Every single ERP is going to have a cost center. Without cost center, no ERP is going to exist. It's the same thing that you have seen in other ERPs in Workday as well. Alright. Next, we have something called as an organization type, which is called as matrix. We have seen an organization, which means I'm going to have 10 people in an organization. That organization is going to be having another organization as a superior supervisory organization. And one from that organization. We saw that particular linking yesterday. In a nutshell, the manager is going to be only from that particular superior supervisory organization. That is the general hierarchy that we have seen. We saw about organizations. I was just talking about supervisory organizations and superior supervisory organizations. What exactly happens in a structure which is like supervisory and superior organizations is the manager is going to be idly from the superior supervisory organization only. That is what we saw as a structure. Now what if I want to have a different way in which I ideally report not to an organization? Because why I'm using the word organization is over there. Because we all report to a supervisory organization. That supervisory organization reports to a superior supervisory organization and the way goes up in that way. What if I do not report to a supervisory organization or a superior supervisory organization, but I report directly to a manager? A kind of organization where I'm going to report to a manager, the manager reports to a senior manager, the senior manager to a vice president, vice president to a CEO. If I'm going to have such a structure, I call that organization type as a matrix kind of an organization. But I haven't seen many matrix organizations which have been implemented because not really the most preferred way to implement. I would rather say matrix is not really used anywhere. But just for your information, you just need to understand how that specifically works. Any questions? Alright. The next one we have is called as a region-specific organization. What exactly do I mean by a region-specific organization? Is for every work I'm going to say, this particular worker in a location is going to be an area supervisor, an area manager, etc. All those roles, responsibilities, and the positions are driven by the location or the region that they usually man. This is more for any kind of a marketing related organization, sales related organizations where they may want to have or they may want to really have roles and responsibilities driven not based on the organization setup or the supervisor organization, but they want to have it more at a location or region level. That's what we call it as region-based organization. Alright? And the last type that we have is called as custom organizations. Custom organizations is more of, I would say, a custom flavor. Any kind of a value that I want to maintain at a custom level. This is like arts out of the box implementation type is where we use custom organization and more for reporting purposes. For example, I have a supervisory organization. The supervisory organization could ideally have a call center, and if I want to add a department, all those stuff. What if the company decides that, apart from all of these, they have their own flavor of an organization or an administrative purpose? Reporting or administrative or reporting purpose. They have something like a legal entity. A legal entity, apart from all of this that they have, because we do not have an organization type as legal entity. In that case, what I would ideally do is create a custom organization by name legal entity and tag it to my supervisory organization. I'll just give you a small example. We have all seen that organization assignments. I will show you that. I'm just going on to Caroli's profile and then opening her organization. And I'll just quickly run that through over there. Come on, it's terribly slow. I'm opening technology consulting. And if I see over here, organization assignments. Here we have all the different organization types for this particular supervisory organization. Number 1 we saw about company. For this particular organization, the company happens to be Global Modern Services, which is a dummy company which we have created in this tenant. Ideally, like I said, the company could be something like based on what your client wants. It could be the Amazon or Facebook Alpha. Whatever it is that you're going to be implementing. Next, cost center. What is going to be the cost center for this particular support, where I'm going to be tracking all my expenses? Next, we have something called as region. We saw the region organization type, which is going to be here in this case. We've just given it as headquarters corporate. I can create several other region-based organizations for this and tag this along over here. This is more for tracking which region I'm going to have this supervisory organization as. Next, all of these that you see over here, growth, share, acquisition, college division. They are all custom supervisory organizations which have been created for this particular implementation purpose. Clear on this? Any questions here? And again, as you might have seen, when you created a supervisory organization, some of you would have asked me this question as to why we are getting all those default ones assigned over there. because they're all different organization types and they'll be assigned a default value that we see over here. That's all at a tenant setup level, where they set up what is going to be the default that I can have. Apart from that, if I want to see that, I can do that. Thank you. Let's move on to the next most important topic that we have over here that we're going to be seeing. We have something called as org hierarchy. You saw about supervisory organization hierarchy, where I'm going to say that I'm going to report to a superior supervisory organization. That is going to report to another superior and all the way to the apex one. Now we saw about companies. If I say company hierarchy, what exactly could that mean? Alright, let me just tell you one example. Probably you could be part of a location hierarchy. You could be working out of, say, you're working on Facebook, and you could be based out of Pittsburgh. Your supervisory organization is going to be consulting supervisory organization, which is based out of Pittsburgh. And the location where that is going to be Pittsburgh. And of course, several locations are going to be tied to a location hierarchy, which is called Pittsburgh location hierarchy. Because Pittsburgh may have multiple locations. And this Pittsburgh location is going to be reporting to the state of Michigan. The state of Michigan is going to be reporting to the location hierarchy, which is called as US location hierarchy. And then it's going to go up to North America to the global one. That's how it works. And to make you understand it a little bit better, what I'm going to be doing right now is creating a location hierarchy. Alright, let me create a small location hierarchy and make you understand it a little better. I'm going to create a location hierarchy right now. I'm just going to say test. I'm just going to create it as a location hierarchy and I'm going to say visible to everybody and I'm going to assign all these roles. Let me just put it like don't want any of these to be available. Organization assignments. I'm not going to create any of that, just going to create a dummy one all right now in this particular hierarchy. I've created a hierarchy right now and if you see the structure is going to be exactly the same as what we had created earlier. And again, I'm going to be going to reorg and assign locations. And here I'm going to say the same thing. Whichever locations have all of these reorganization, I'm going to choose the location. Let me say, I'm going to create New York, I'm going to add Pittsburgh, and I'm going to possibly add Michigan, whatever, just randomly adding all of these locations. I'm going to add all these 4 locations right over there, and then I'm going to say, and I've added the members right now. The next thing I'm going to be doing is, or just to give you a perspective, is to understand what it is now. This is alright. That's one. And second thing, I assigned all these 4 locations. What it has done ideally is it has brought all these employees who are working out of all these locations. Ideally, what does this location hierarchy do? It picks up all these people who are working out of the locations that I have done over here. What can I do with this? What is the purpose of this location hierarchy? Say if I want to assign here, I've created test. I could create something like a location hierarchy called as us and add all the locations based out of us and create that location hierarchy and say that I'm going to assign a country as manager, country, as head of HR country, as head of sales marketing, whatever department I want. All those roles I can assign it over here. This is typically the purpose of creating hierarchies. Get what I'm trying to tell? You say, if I want to have something we saw about supervisory organizations, what do I do with the location hierarchy? I'm going to create a master location hierarchy, which is going to be, in a nutshell, group of locations which I'm already created and use it for my admin purposes to assign roles, reporting or other related purposes at a location hierarchy level. And again, I can have supervisory ones, that is, superior ones. As hierarchy. If I'm creating one that could report to a North American one, that North American one could report to a global location hierarchy in the same manner that I show you right now. Same way that you create a supervisory organization, you can create a location hierarchy and have that particular chain as well. The same organization, the hierarchy that we saw. Similarly, we can have it for location hierarchy. Currently, this is going to be empty because I have not assigned anything over here right now. This is going to be empty right now because I haven't created the proper organization chart for this test, one that I created. It's going to come up empty. It's going to only have subordinates. All these are locations, not a location hierarchies. I can create one in the above and then go all the way up to the country and then to the continent level and then the global level. I haven't created one as such. It's going to have only all these locations over here. Same way, I will do it for company as well. Like I said, Alphabet is going to be an organization. Under Alphabet, I will have Google, and then under Google, I will have Google, Google Us, Google Europe, Google India, Google Japan, Google Southeast Asia. I can have many companies. That's where the company hierarchy is going to come. In same way, cost center hierarchy. I'm going to have sales, marketing, admin. Sales, marketing and admin could report to an overall hierarchy, which is called as all admin, higher admin, cost center hierarchy, and all the way up to the global one. All this you will see in financial reporting. That's what I would just want you to tie this all together. Alright, see over here. What I did was I went to the organization and I went to edit supervisor organization. If I come to the bottom, I see our assignments. There I have company, cost, center, region and locations. I think we've already seen about how to do that for locations. Alright, today I want you to concentrate on company cost centers. We already have a default one. I want you to assign a one that you are going to possibly create. You just put like something, test or something, and once you do that, you will see a whole different kind of an experience because based on the company, because my company is going to have different other roles as well. Once you do that, what will happen is all of this, the roles that you have over here is going to understand the role of this, and then you have over here is going to go over change because you are going to bring in some new roles which are going to be signed at a possibly company or a location or a cost center level. If I do have the assignments over there, all of this is going to change because you need to. That is why I'm just trying to say you need to understand actually how all of this is down in a real world. Because in a real world department, I could have a location level, an India or a US level country manager. I could also have a cost center. I could also have a cost center finance manager. The finance manager is going to come from my cost center hierarchy. A country manager is going to come from a location hierarchy, whereas my supervisor organization is going to be feeding my CEO, my admin related people and other folks. All of this is going to tie down in your organization chart, your organization hierarchy. This is what I want you to really understand right now. And if you can relate it to your real world organization where you're working, that's nothing like it. That will help you a lot. Now, I'm just showing you here a small hierarchy. The next thing, what we saw ideally, this is just an organization hierarchy. Like I said, the industry group could have like multiple subordinate organizations. Like product financials, healthcare and financials could be like individual insurance and banking, and products could be like retail, life science, or anything specific, any other specifics. This just a simple example of an org hierarchy, how an org hierarchy is going to look like. Clear on this and the activity. Like I said, you're expected to create a location and a cost center, company hierarchies. You're expected to create all of these and also create sample companies, locations, and cost centers and tag it to your supervisory organization that you created. And one thing, like I said in the start of the class, whatever you have created right now, the supervisory organizations, cost centers, everything, we are going to be having an incremental to that. If you have missed doing some of your activities far, please work on those over the weekend because we are going to be continuing on whatever you have created right now towards hiring and everything. It's going to be easy if you create it and catch up over the weekend. Otherwise, it's going to pile up and it's going to be difficult for you as we proceed along because we're going to be seeing more and more advanced topics, and it's going to be difficult for you to catch up at a later point of a time. Alright, you. Just to have an introduction of this. What do you mean by compensation? What could possibly be that? When you say CTC, what is the period, monthly or annual? When I say compensation, it is going to be your entire CT. C, which is going to be your gross taxes. Taxes and rates are going to be based on the statutory requirement of every organization and location that you will be working out of. Number 2, it is going to contain your earnings, your benefits, plus, most importantly, your compensation. Is going to say for which period or frequency is this going to be for. Usually, when you get it as a CTC in your offer letter, it is going to say you're going to be paid, say, 20,000 a year, which is going to be your peak speed. Or, if you're going to be in India, it is going to say you're going to get X lakhs of rupees a year. That's how it is going to be. That period is also part of your compensation. Why I'm highlighting is, that is what decides everything. This is typically what we are going to be looking at over the next couple of days. We're going to look at compensation, the structure elements, packages, grades, grade plans, eligibility rules, and everything else as well. And certain rules at a high level is what we are going to be looking at. Like I said, compensation is something which you are going to look at, and it's going to track the compensation at what price level, which is at an organization level and also at an individual worker level. That is number 1. And again, like we just saw yesterday, we saw grades and also compensation plans. Grades are nothing but like what we saw for a grade, which is called as an IT recruiter. What is going to be the P range? It could possibly be like 60 to 80K a year for a person who's probably working out of Chicago. Whereas if a person is going to be working out of, say, a Bay Area or a California, it could be upwards of something like 100 to 100K a year. For example, if a person is at a manager level or a manager compensation plan, he might be eligible for certain other benefits as well in the booklet of benefits, or however you call it in your organization. Because he could be getting at a manager, or for example, let's take 2 examples. One, a person who's working at a managerial level, another person who's working at, say, a vice president level. In your mind, what could be the difference in the compensation structure or compensation plan for these 2 people? One at a managerial grade, another at a vice president grade. What could be the difference? What could be the difference in the structure of the plan? We'll be having different plans based on the job profile or the job family of the worker. Just see the resemblance, how I'm able to get it over there. The person who's at a job, family of vice president and above. I could create a job family, which I could say job family is going to be vice president or above, where I will say all those job profiles which are vice president level and above. Another one which is going to be less than vice president. For these job families, I am not going to have any kind of stock option plan or card details. That is what we call it as plans. And again, when I'm going to be actually having plans and grades combined, I call it as a salary package. And this salary package ultimately is going to be linked to an employee at the time of hire or when he is going to move to a new position, or via promotion or whatever it is. A person who's going to be, say, promoted, say, from a managerial to a senior manager level, he's going to have a senior manager level package. That is typically how all of this ties down together. Clear on grades, plans and packages. Clear on grades, plans, and we'll see it in a little bit detail in the next slide that I'm going to be showing you as well. Alright. And eligibility rules is like we saw a little while ago. If a person is at a job profile of, say, vice president level, then definitely he's eligible for stock option plans. Alright, the next thing that we saw is eligibility rules. For example, we saw that the stock option plan, or more commonly called in Workday terminology across clients as ESOP, which is an employee stock option plan. And different organizations may have different things, but we commonly call them as ESOPs. If the person is going to be a vice president or above, I might create a rule which I'm going to say as job family as vice president and above, then create, or the employee is going to be eligible for stock options. Otherwise not eligible. I could possibly create an eligibility rule which I can say that this particular compensation components can default to certain things. And again, I could also have a rule. For example, if the person is going to be working in a metro city because of the commutation, for the commutation purpose, I can give him an additional amount. Or if the person is working in some kind of remote locality, probably in the US, if the person is going to be working on something like a Wyoming or other remote locations, I could possibly say that I can give him an additional allowance for commutation and possibly remote area. Something like that. All these are definitely possible. Let's go to the next possible one. Each employee, like I said, will have multiple components of pay, just like which is there in almost all countries. The US has just one component of pay that is usually called as base pay. And apart from that, they may have something like variable bonus from employee to employee. It could vary. But the common terminology that is there in the US is more or just the base pay only. Nothing else is going to be available. And we'll get the next one. In any organization, we're going to have somebody like a compensation admin who's going to be in charge of creating the entire compensation structure, which is nothing but whatever we've discussed right now in terms of the grade profiles, compensation packages, and also eligibility rules. And again, these eligibility rules will undergo changes from time to time, which means, say, possibly after, say, couple of years, an organization like Amazon may say that because of some rationalization policies. When we say that a person who's at a vice president level is not eligible for any car elements, only those who are above a senior vice president level are not going to get car elements, and the vice president will not get car elements. It could even become effective as early as, say, 1 month 2024. In that case, I need to make changes. Most of the charge of this is nothing but the common admin. The next and most important thing that I'm going to be telling you is nothing but compensation element to payroll earning details. Like I said, for every compensation element, say for example, base pay, you're going to have an element called as base pay. This has to definitely flow across the payroll for me to get paid. And that is specifically where this frequency comes in. I'm going to say that the base pay of a person, say working out of the US, is going to be $80,000 a year. That means to flow across the payroll and say that this particular person is eligible for a pay of $80,000 a year, which translates to roughly around $600 before taxes per month. And this has to be my payroll earning element. See, compensation element. Like what I was saying is, compensation element is going to vary from organization to organization, and from location to location. Each country, for example, the US is going to have a different compensation structure where they will have only one compensation element, which is called as the base pay. They're not going to have any number of elements like what India or some of the other APAC countries are going to have it. It's just going to be base pay only. Whereas some of the other countries, it is a mandate for you to get some kind of a housing elements, fuel elements. Some organizations, some countries in APAC, like Singapore, China or Japan, do have such structures. And is the case with India as well. Whereas in the US, it is just going to be a flat base pay only. You do not get any other elements unless there is a common perception that I'm just talking about. Unless certain other organizations are going to have it for certain grades or certain levels only. It's not for everybody. It's only for certain folks. What I was saying is all this compensation element that I have at the end of the day will have touch points with the appropriate payroll element, which is, say, I have a base pay. This base pay has to flow across to my paycheck as base pay per month. I have a base pay of say $80,000 a year. Then this has to go across in my paycheck as the appropriate pay element, which will also be base pay. But that is at a payroll side of things. What you see in your compensation structure as a linkage to the payroll element or the earning element that you have. Or Carol Lee over here. Let me go to her profile. The pay tab. Or let me just go to her job and then compensation income over here. Right? If you see here, this is a compensation that is available over here. And if I go to the compensation structure of Carol Lee, it says total allowance is going to be like $80 in USD or Canadian dollars for this particular case. It is 80,000 to 8,000 Canadian dollars. And the frequency says per year. And if you count down, it is going to show the entire compensation history. What was the compensation on specific dates? All that, assignments and everything are going to be available. And here, if you see, you do have the stock assignments. And the main reason, what I wanted to show you all this, what is going to be the linkage between. Let me click something. Just give me a minute. Alright. What is going to be? What is going to be the linkage between my salary elements and my payroll? The same element that I see over here has to flow in my payroll as well. In my level, pay slips as the same entity. For each. I do not have this. Probably I do not have this slip completed in this particular tenant over here right now. But in a common example, what happens is, for every person who receives a compensation, the same element is going to flow from the compensation side of things to the payroll. It could be like various elements which are there, which is like pre-tax and post-tax. But that linkage has to happen. The next thing, like I said about compensation plans, what is happening for our compensation plan is, this is going to contain the plans, the eligibilities, everything which is going to encompass what is called as a compensation package. Let me show you a compensation package which I have just pulled up over here. See, this particular compensation package is just a Sam, let me take another one which is much better. I had a couple of ones which I have put across to it. Global Lady at GHP, because that one has created to me once. This is a more relevant compensation package. First up, what is going to be the eligibility rule, which means for who is it actually eligible? Because the compensation package, I can say that this compensation package is eligible only for folks out of US or folks out of India or APAC or India, plus people who are at vice president and above limits, or I could say, based on a viewers who are at an admin assistant level. I could have n number of criteria, I could have like job profile families. This is specifically where I will say, or I will have job families and family groups coming into the picture over here. Like I said, back job families and family groups are more for admin and reporting purposes. This is one live example where I could use, and here this is just a small rule which I have created, which is already available in the system. And this rule, if I scroll down over here, this is going to say organization and superior organizations. For now, just hold on to it right now. I don't want to get into that. Fail level digits. Just remember that this particular anybody who's in the organization or supervisory organization called as Global India LP CEO is going to be part of this particular compensation package. Anybody in an organization called as Global India LP will be eligible for this compensation package. And you may ask me a question, could I have multiple compensation packages for the same organization? Definitely. I can have multiple compensation packages created for the same organization. And I can choose different compensation packages as per my bill and adopt as well. There is no hard and fast rule that a person, or I would say a person can at any point of a time, can have only one single compensation package. But at an organization level, I could have multiple compensation packages based on rules, criteria, eligibilities, and everything else. Clear on this? Any other questions? And the next thing over here, we see here a compensation grade over here, which is more for a director level grade. And at a director level grade, I see multiple grade profiles over here. And each of these grade profiles are going to be having a minimum and a maximum salary with a median salary range as well. And again, that could have multiple rules attached to them as well. Alright. The grade profile is, the main purpose of my grade profile is to say what is going to be my salary range for any associate who is working for that particular grade. That is the purpose of my grade profile. And I am going to be tagging my grade profile to a compensation grade. You might have heard this in many organizations which are going to say, this is the budget that we have. And this is possibly the midpoint. They could say something like $80,000 to $100,000 is my range. And the midpoint at your level, or whatever level you want to live for, is going to be like something around 9 to K. And this is where all the information comes in. And again, this is going to vary from organization to organization, level to level. Every organization has a different grade, profile and compensation structure. And this is not provided by Workday because it is not true for all. Any questions here far? Let me ask you to check. If you want to check this out, I am going to check this out. It is going to be a collection of grades, plans and everything else. Clear compensation plan plus my grades is going to be what my compensation package is. And I could have different routes, eligibility routes written for all of them. Any questions here? It's just at a high level. We will be creating certain compensation eligibility rules, packages and everything as well. But at a high level, I just want you to understand what exactly is going to be there in a compensation package. We saw about compensation packages and everything. Next, the most important thing I just want to discuss today is about frequencies like what we saw over here. Frequency is what is going to determine what is going to be the amount either on a yearly, monthly or an basis. Most importantly, don't get this confused with your pay cycle. Pay cycle is completely different because you have a little or your high credit could say that you're going to be paid X dollars a year, but you could still be paid monthly or bi-monthly as well or weekly as well. It is completely different. Your compensation frequency is completely different from your paid frequency. Please don't get confused with that. Alright, I'm trading it because most people get confused with compensation frequency versus your pay frequency. Don't get confused with your compensation and pay frequency. Sports are completely apples and oranges because I could have a compensation structure which is defined at an annual level, products to be paid monthly, my staff and they're repaid monthly, but my compensation structure is, and well, don't get confused with it. Alright? And where this is being used is only for your compensation and your pay calculations. I could say that my compensation structure is I'm going to be paid X dollars a year and my salary could be paid on a monthly basis. That is what it comes in for this particular compensation plan. I have certain compensation elements which is number one, the base pay element. And this particular base pay element is something which I could define at an annual basis. And I could have various other elements like something like a variable bonus or something extra. Options which could be defined at a quarterly or a half-yearly level as well, right? Every compensation plan and element is going to be completely different. All this is going to come inside my compensation plan, and again I could have certain rules which are going to come in. Everything is going to be based on my compensation cycle or my frequency, alright, and I could have different compensation frequencies for the same organization based on the location that they work for. Because I could have a global organization like Amazon, which is working in almost 50 or 60 odd countries across the globe. Each country could have different. P frequencies are not pay frequencies, compensation frequencies, something like in Japan. If you happen to go to Japan, your compensation structure is always defined at a monthly level. You will be said that you won't be paid something like 600,000 yen. I give that is of your compensation letter. Well, look, in Japan reserved as well as in the US, the compensation structure will say you'll be paid $80 per year, and where you can create all those frequencies is go to maintain frequencies. And these are tenant-wide settings, and I wouldn't play around with this much unless there is a necessity for me to do it. If you see, all these are dummy ones which are created, but the standard ones which are usually there is number 1 bi-weekly. And this is a common terminology, and many different organizations don't think that bi-week means twice a week. Bi-weekly means in all practical HR purposes, because I've seen the same thing in other HMM tools as well. like PeopleSoft, and or the same suite bi-week cleanings once in 2 weeks. And it is not a standard English definition, which is like twice a week. It means once in 2 weeks or fortnightly. Certain organizations have it as fortnightly, only the US. We call it as bi-weekly, but it actually means fortnightly or once in 2 weeks. And daily, not much used over here, and I could have hourly, I could have monthly, quarterly. I could have certain pay elements like variable pay, and say that the frequency for that is going to be quarterly. Or, right, that is number one and the most important thing. I just want you to look at over here is called as the annualization factor over here. Why this assumes importance is we saw about the compensation that was not employee, and if we go to Karen Lee's profile, see if you see over here annualization factor. This is something which I would definitely want you to pay a lot of attention to, because this drives practically many things. Especially it is based on the us that certain organizations are going to mandate the employees. For example, let me go to a you see, if a person is for this or person is expected to clock, say, 8 hours a day, which is standard in us in the US. You are all about practical purpose. You're expected to work 8 hours a day and 40 hours a week, just standard. But as in Europe, certain other countries, it could be like in Europe and Nordics, it could be like 7.5 hours a day, which could translate to 37.5 hours per week. This particular annualization factor comes in when the payroll is going to compute your annual salary. That is why it is very important over here. What is this? 2080 mean is the number of us and employees expected to work, and if one day is equivalent to 8 hours. If I just compute it like that and compute it against the number of working days in a year, or I would multiply this by number of weekly hours into 52 plus an additional factor that I would like to have. That is available. This and each organization may have something different over here. For example, if I'm going to say bi-weekly, it means once in 2 weeks, which is common across the US. If I say that your pay is going to be or your compensation is going to be in your letter, you're going to be paid like $2,000 every bi-weekly, which means every fortnightly you're going to be paid $2,000, and your annual salary is going to be 2,000 into 26, which is like a number of fortnights in a year, which comes to 26. Your annual pays won't be approximately $52,000 or here, and that is where this annualization factor comes in. And these are 10 and white settings in the basic setup. Please don't meddle with us, because this actually drives a lot of payroll and compensation calculations, and tomorrow, if you want to put some calculations over here, this is where I would want you to come in and check as well. Alright, you have a weekly one, you have semi-monthly, quarterly, and well, everything is available over here. This is where all that frequency and the factors come in. Now I'm just going to be continuing from there and having more deep dive into compensation. And before that, I just want to say I'm introducing most of the topics for you today, but I'm not going to go deep into compensation right now, because that is more into the compensation module specifics. I'm going to be going more into the details and how we can create a compensation package, grades, eligibility rules. This is the scope of this particular course, because if I deep dive into it, probably I'll need at least a week to get into each and every topic, each and every nuances around it. I'm going to be only going at a high level of how to create, but still you should be able to. At the end of this course, you should be able to create a comp package, plan, create profiles, and then the eligibility rules for each of them. That is specifically the motive of this particular module that I'm going to be taking for you. Alright, like I said, compensation. What exactly could constitute a compensation? Number 1. It could contain your compensation elements or earning elements, your grades, grade profiles, packages and plans. Packages is compensation package, specifically is nothing, but the compensation package is going to contain all of this. It's going to contain the grade profiles and also your compensation plan. And again, that is going to be driven by an eligibility rule. What exactly do you mean by an eligibility rule as far as a compensation package is concerned? Now, what I've done over here right now is I went to Carolie's profile. In Carolie's profile, I picked the compensation package of Carolee, which is team member. And how this is actually assigned over here is at the time of hire, or when Carolee is going to have a job change, which is like a promotion, demotion, changes in the organization that she is actually working, or any other actions. The compensation can also be changed, and you're going to assign a compensation package directly to an employee, or we have some eligibility rules which are going to drive this. Like I said, you can directly assign a compensation package to an employer. You can have what is called as eligibility rules, which are going to drive this particular compensation package, which means this particular compensation package. I can say that this is eligible for management level 7, 8, and those who do not belong to sales. What exactly it means is somebody at management level 7 or 8, or you can assume that in certain organizations you're going to have what is called as levels. Probably at the person at level 1 could be at level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or the way it could go to 8 or even 10 levels as well, depending on how the organization structure is going to look like. And for this particular organization and this particular package that we have, we are seeing that it is for management level 7 and 8, which is at supervisory level and individual contributor level. And again, see here the rule says the job profile is going to be salaried. I do have a job profile which could possibly say that it is for salaried people or salaried job profile. People or organization is going to be or is not going to be, rather sales. For anybody who is out of sales, I'm just only reading the rule that we have and then we'll get more into this. We will say what exactly, how to create eligibility rules and everything as well. Now what I'm going to say is for this particular package. It is eligible only for those people who are at management level 7 and 8 and they are part of a job profile which is called as salaried and they are not part of the sales organization hierarchy. Clear on this rule, the organization and the superior organization compensation. For now, understand that the support hierarchy does not report to sales. We will deal with a little bit more when we get to the hiring part. For now, just remember that they do not report to a sales hierarchy or they are not part of the sales superior supervisory organization level. There is just a sample rule we have. All that it means is only those folks who fit in this particular criteria can be assigned the compensation package of team member. Yes, I want somebody. We will just go to the next one. If you see what example is going to be part of a compensation package. Number 1, just like what we have for everything. Number 1 is going to be effectively from when it's going to be active. Here, what you see is the current date over here, right now. But this is, like the current effective one is what you see over here. It could have something historic as well. But what you see is as on date, what is the effective one? That is what you see over here. Next, what is going to be the name? And if I want to give some description to this, I can give it over here. The eligibility rules. Next, the total case pay range. range is going to come directly from the compensation package or the grade rate profiles. Next thing is going to be you just leave all of these. These are something a little bit advanced. And it could be dealing only with the ones which are necessary at this level because too much of information will be overwhelmed. And sometimes next primary compensation, the age segment. Again, that is going to come from the grade range that we have. Midpoint is going to be the midpoint, say, if a person's compensation range at that level or that particular profile is going to be, say, aiming to the 100K. The midpoint or the median possibly could be at somewhere around 100K. Clear on that? Any questions? I heard somebody on mute. Next, like I said, what exactly is going to be in my compensation package? Number one, I'm going to have compensation plans. For example, I've created this particular compensation package called as team member. And since I'm going to be part of a global organization, I can have the same compensation package used for all the different countries at the same level, which means the same team member who's going to be in New York, Japan, or in Europe can have the same compensation package. But I can have different plans assigned for each other. Something like for here, I have one which is going to be for eligibility rule. Say it is for Japan. If the person is going to be working out of Japan, I need to have a compensation plan which is going to be having some of the other levels specific to Japan. And if it's going to be in the US, it's going to be something different. Like I said, I'm going to create just one compensation package for a team member, for which I wanted to define that this is not going to be part of sales and they're going to be at a management level 7 or 8. And I can have the same compensation package used across my organization in every geography, which is in Japan, in Europe, in Iraq, in the US, everywhere. I can use the same compensation package but have different compensation plans for each of them and everybody who belongs to the same level. Here on this example, let me just open the salary compensation plan and show you what exactly it is. Now, we have a batch of around 15 folks right now, and all of us are across different geographies, and each of us will have different compensation plans. For example, Pittsburgh may have just base pay only. Alian, who's out of Europe, may have something different. He may have a compensation plan plus family elements, plus he may have other relevant details and plans as well. And that could be somebody who's in India as well, Nishant or others who's in India. They may have like a basic HR family elements, car elements, etc. And if I'm going to have another person who's sitting out of Australia in Australia, the compensation package is going to be completely different. You're going to have a base pay plus a house pay, plus a car elements, plus a metro elements, etc. It is going to vary from place to place and from country to country and locations, geographies, everything. And again, one most important thing is, if all of them are at the same level, I can say I can create just one compensation package for all of them and have different plans as assigned based on certain criteria, which could be like location levels, grade profiles, etc. It could be anything, even if it could be your grade package for your management levels, job profiles, families, etc. Everything. I could create specific ones based on my requirement. Clear on that? Any questions here? One differentiator. I will just show you what's going to be. It's dober on that. It will just help you understand a little bit better as well. If you see number 1, I'm just opening 2 different salary plans over here. One, this is for the US and this one is more for Japan. if you see the compensation element over here, this is specifically your family allowance. And here I have a compensation element. Just type to your CD, see your offer that you might see. And if you go from one country to another country, obviously the compensation element is going to be different. If you're going to be in India, it's going to be different. If you're going to be in the US, it's going to be another one. From country to country, it is called be completely different. It's never going to be the same. If I have a compensation element, I say that this compensation element is called as allowance because this is a family allowance plan or family elements compensation plan, which I'm going to be building for Japan. The compensation element specific for this is called as allowance and currency is called Japan, and the frequency is going to be monthly. And when I go to the US, the similar one for us, all that it is going to contain is the compensation element, which is called as base pay. That's all. It's going to be very, very simple. And lean over here. I don't have anything otherwise. And if I come over here for Japan, the family elements would be like 10,000 yen for spouse and 5,000 yen for each child that the employee has. And I'm going to be building specific rules over here, which is going to see how many children that particular person has the legal spouse plus children. All those rules and could be building a different person has just fun. That's a spouse plus one child. He's going to get an allowance of 15,000 yen. Spouse plus 2 children, 20. Spouse plus 3 children, 25. And if he's going to have just one child and no spouse, it's just going to be 5,000. 2, it's going to be 10. 3, it's going to be 15,000. And if the person has only a spouse, then it's going to be 10,000 yen per month. This is typically how your compensation plan is going to be designed. Clear on this and the eligibility rules. I've just given it at a high level for you to understand how this typically works and how this is going to tie down to your compensation CTC that you see on your offer letter or in your organizations. There's any questions? Similarly, you can correlate to many things. If I'm going to put something for India, for example, if a person is working out of metro, say, for example, if he's out of Delhi or Mumbai, or I'm going to say that the person is eligible for a metro elements for some traffic and few elements. My eligibility rule for that case could look like, if my work location is 10 or Mumbai, I'm going to give him a man petrol elements, say, of 2,000 per month. That's it, very simple. And if the person the same thing in US, I might say that for people who are working out of the East Coast because of the fuel and everything, I'm going to give them a monthly elements of, say, $100 as commutation expenses. That's all. It's only for the East Coast. There I could bring in something like a location hierarchy. I can just tie down that particular location hierarchy to over here. And I say this particular person is working out of the location, and I can say US East Zone location hierarchy, which means all the US locations which are on the East Coast. I could say that I'm going to give them $100 commutation 11th per month. Simple, clear on this. On how the compensation plan can be created or what exactly is the purpose of a compensation plan. And again, if I go to the compensation package, one employee who is assigned this compensation package may have multiple plans based on all of these eligibility rules. And this is the information that is going to flow across to the payroll team when you're going to get your pages. And if because, see over here, the default currency in the tenant is currently set up as INR. See, because this tenant currency is set up as INR. That is why you see it as INR, and in a typical case, it could be based on the location where your organization's higher headquarters is typically. For example, if it is Facebook, they are going to be operating out of us. Your base currency, as we call it, is set up in us. For example, if you're going to be implementing it for Nissan, that is based out of Tokyo, you're going to have your base currency set up as yen. That is Japanese yen. That is, you will not see on the conversions over here, right? Like I was saying, the same compensation package could have multiple plans and which could be eligible for a lot of folks. For example, I might create a compensation plan based on location because for India, my compensation plan is called Be Different. Sure, whatever to this. I'll create a compensation plan for Team Member India where I could put in all the compensation remains for the base H. R, A, HR. I might say that if you're working out of a metro location, your HR it could be like 50% of basic. Otherwise, it could be 40% of your policy. I could write some rules like that. And again, if the organization is going to say that you are eligible for a fuel allowance if you're managerial and above, I could write a rule over here which is going to say if you're managerial and above grade, then you are eligible for a fuel allowance of, say, 1200 or whatever is going to be the organization policy per month. All those rules and everything I can just bring in over here and say that this is the compensation package for anybody who is working out of India. Very simple as that. And again, here we have seen a compensation package which is returned at a more of a job or level based on the level. We have written these compensation packages. But this need not be the criteria or this need not be the live situation, because in a live situation, in a live project, it depends purely on how I'm going to be designing my system. When I go to my design sessions, we have to decide how I'm going to be in my compensation package, whether I want to have it at a geography level or if I want to have it at a grade or a management level. Kind of a criteria that's purely based on how I just go for the design sessions. But ideally in a real world or recommended scenario will be to have these compensation packages set up at a geography level because each country is going to have a different salary package structure. It is also easier if I set it up at a geography level. It is easier for me to actually have this time down to my offer letter when I go for my hiring or when I go for my change of makes sense. One package, at least for country or geography level, makes sense to you. Many questions. When you create a package, the most important thing I will need is a compensation plan, and this is a bottom-up structure. When I create my compensation package, the thing I need to have is my grade profiles, and then of course, the elements. First thing I need is the compensation element. Let's say get it. If you're working for, say, India, and we are going to design a compensation package for me, the first and foremost thing I need to say, this is, if you are working for India and we are going to design a compensation package for me, the first and foremost thing I need to say this, I need to create compensation elements. Elements are going to be like basic HRA allowances, other pays, etc. These are going to be the compensation elements, and then I need to create my grade profiles based on this particular grade. Who is eligible for what? Say, if you are a person is at a manager, you live with a grade profiles could be created. As manager, you will create a grade profile and each of them will have a salary range which is going to be distinct from one another. And then I will go next for the compensation plans, which could be like, say, if you guys working at a managerial level, she is eligible for a few elements. And if you guys want to be working out of, say, a metro city like Mumbai or out of 10, then you are going to be eligible for a metro elements or a higher HRA elements. And then once I create all of this, I'm going to tie all of this together in a compensation package. I will be, of course, seeing this next. I just wanted to give you a high level of how all of this looks in the tenant, and then I will jump into the deck and then I will show you all that. Any questions here from the other team members? Are there anything which is not presented, something that is not clear? No? Alright, let's go next. We just go to the compensation element is going to be your primitive thing that you will be creating. You may have n number of different compensation aliens created for a plan. If you see over here, or let me, this is better one. This is, like I said, a family allowance plan for Japan that we have created what is going to be the elements element. Sorry, what is going to be the compensation element? Which means this particular level plan that I've created. What is the element that is going to be showing up in my CPC or further in my page structure here? I just use it as elements. I could use even a specific one called as family elements. I could use n number of different ones as per my course. Tomorrow, if I'm going to create something like a permutation elements, or in Europe it is very common, if common, for people to get real, the compensation plan is going to be the same as per my course for you, and your compensation element is going to be reflected as commutation elements. And it's going to be something like, say, 10 euros daily or approximately 300 euros a month that I want that to be designed. The compensation element here is going to be like commutation elements. I could have multiple such compute compensation elements based on the plan that I'm going to be having it. What exactly is going to be a compensation package? We just saw a few things about earlier. The first and foremost thing, like I said, when I'm going to have a compensation package, I need to have an eligibility rule that is going to be always sitting at the top of the stack, where it is going to say, this compensation package is going to be eligible for a certain population. What is that? Population is what I need to define it. First, I need to say that this particular compensation package is going to be eligible only for certain population, for folks who are going to start Europe. Or I could have it as a geography level, or I could have it based on the management level. Management level is going to be like 6, 7 and above. I'm going to do it, or possibly if the person is working out of, say, a remote location, I can have a different compensation package for them, and I can create a base on job family. I can get based on any criteria where I can use the employee. That's all. There is no hard and fast rule that I need to do it. But when I go for the design, I try to put it in the optimal way that I can create, that I'm going to have fewer rows created, and it's easy for me to implement and also have this used in the future for any support purposes. That is the main criteria that I'm going to be looking at when I go to my design sessions. Next, we are going to have the grades. What are the different grades, grade profiles, and everything steps? I will just give you only at a high level, but I don't want to go in depth into that. For example, if I go into this, for example, assume that this is just a question for everybody if the compensation grade or the grade profile for, say, a consultant level person, and if the salary range is going to be like, say, 80 to 120k a year. And when a person enters the consultant level, he could be paid like 80,000. And as he progresses, there is going to be a small increment in the salary based on what you might call as a consultant, 1 consultant to consultant 3, etc. I could have some steps in the progression of the person. Or if you're going to be hiring somebody who's already a seasoned consultant, I may not put about 80,000 in traffic. Rather, I might put him something at around 90 or 100k because I'm really interested in D to the 120k. I could put something around 90 to 100k for your package bracket. Correct. This particular increment is what we call it as step in every grade profile, and we're having incremental step in the compensation, which is going to be like each and every increment to the package. Like I said, 80. You want to make it my package or my salary range that for this particular person, when he starts with 80K, after a year, probably after his performance review, I could put him at an 85 or 90K package based on his performance. But what exactly is the step? Progression is what we call it as grade steps. See here, we have like segment 1, 2, segment 3, 4 and the midpoint, which is going to be, of course, the medium for this particular one, because here the range is going to be 55 to 100. And what exactly is going to be and how these are all derived? Is this purely based on business logic? And that could be like different rules and different business criteria, which we define this based on how the organization wants to set this up, because this could be even based on current employees who are like 2 or 3-year-old consultants at this level, or it could be like seasoned people. When I'm going to be hiring somebody, I'd see this particular person. What is going to be the midpoint? What is going to be the midpoint salary? I'll be designing all of this based on my criteria or what I'm going to be getting from the business, purely organization specific data, only clear on that. Any questions on what exactly grade and grade profile steps are? Alright, next plans. We saw about compensation plans. Basically, what is going to be the different plans at a package level and who's going to be eligible for what pays at different times. And that is typically what a compensation plan is going to look like. And again, I'm going to have different eligibility rules which are going to drive all of this, and each employee may have one or more compensation plans in as per the eligibility rules, or I'm going to set up as a package, and again I can have a salary plan. I can have an early plan. We can have elements, bonus, commission, one-time payment. Before we go into almost, I just quickly to improve all of these. Do everybody know precise? For the rest of the folks, one-time payment plan is something that I'm going to be giving an employee as a one-time date. It could be like something like, because of covered, certain organizations gave something like a covered related elements just to support the family, or for example, if you're going to be joining an organization, you could get something like a one-time relocation elements, or you could get something like a one-time joining bonus. All of that is what is called as one-time payment plan. Next, we have permission plan. This is moved for either the sales and marketing folks, or for the folks who are there in the C-suite level. People like who I really bring it business to the organization. They could be part of many different compensation for commission plans, and in us it is given a lot of different terms: long-term incentives, short-term incentives. This could also be called as incentive plan in the US, because we have like short-term incentives, long-term incentives based on the level that you are there, and all of that constitutes a commission plan, bonus plan, or in easier terminologies, you can say something like a variable bonus based your performance and based on the organization's performance for that particular period under the question. Next, 11 spans. I think we have already discussed a lot of that elements plan. Something like a communication 11, something like your family 11 or your and metro elements. Or in India, you could have something like an Har city elements. All that is going to be constituted as a part of your 11's plan. Next, a lean plan. If your pay structure is going to be like you're going to be paying all in, you're going to be handed as a salary plan. Just have to remember only one thing over here when we come to salary plan. Not all salary plans are paid at a monthly level. In India, in Europe, Australia, and certain other regions, it is usually salary plan is usually monthly, but in us, the salary plan is those who are going to be a product. Us probably might know the Sadly Planet. Us, like I said yesterday, is usually buy me clinics once in 2 weeks. That's for me alright. In us, the salary plan is usually bi-weekly, whereas for the rest of the locations, it is usually monthly, just a default one. It doesn't mean that it cannot be overridden, But usually in us, people get their paychecks once in 2 weeks when you go to a live client, and they mean when you configure a salary plan. People only use the terminology, and if it's us, you just need to get the kind of an assistance to understand whether they mean it monthly or bi-weekly, because predominantly it is by month, by week, weekly for all of us. We just have to note that particular point alone as far as salary plans are concerned. Alright, the next thing, the compensation elements. We saw about compensation elements, what it's going to be like. We may have a one-time payment. You could have a base fee if it is going to be out of us, and you have many other different plans. If it's going to be in Singapore, Europe, Japan, or Australia, you could have different elements based on the location and the statutory laws over there. And what exactly happens is all of this is going to what constitute a compensation package, your eligibility rules, your grades, profiles, plans, elements. All of this is going to actually contain, or it's going to constitute, what my compensation package is going to look like, and I'm going to have this assigned to my employee based on the eligibility rules. That is number one. And again, the most important thing is post-creation of the compensation. The compensation package has a touch point with the payroll earnings. What happens is I'm going to say that this particular person is eligible for a compensation plan, CIS, for example, and he's going to have a compensation element. This compensation element is going to flow directly to my pay earnings. Clear on this? Say if you're going to have a base pay of, say, $100,000 a year, that is going to automatically reflect in your paycheck as $100,000 a year. Or if you're going to get paid monthly, that's going to reflect at $8,300 a month. It's going to reflect in a similar way. Clear on what exactly compensation package, eligibility rules, plans, elements, and payroll on itself. Any questions? Any questions? We want to proceed further. All right? Like I said earlier, compensation plan package is nothing but a grouping of grades. Compensation plans, eligibility rules are going to be driving all of this. This is typically how a compensation plan is going to be designed as well. The most important thing that I need before creating a compensation plan is I need to have at least one or more compensation plans created. The prerequisite for any creation of any compensation package is number one, the compensation plan. Excuse me. Compensation plan is going to be the first and foremost prerequisite for my compensation package, right? And also I can viewing the worker profile. I can view the person's compensation package, the grade profile, and this is all there in my worker profile. And like I said, I can assign it directly at the worker profile level, or I can have eligibility rules which are going to drive all of this. Based on my eligibility rules, I can see that this particular person is going to be eligible for the compensation package team or whatever is going to be the compensation package that I'm going to be creating. I can, because I don't want this to be overwhelming for you. That is one, because I can take this particular session for even another 20 hours as well, but I don't want to go much deep dive into it because I want you to basically understand what a compensation package is going to be. That is why I'm just going probably at the top. I'm not going deep diving into this as well. Compensation package, but I am not going to show you about creating the elements and everything because I don't want you to get into elements right now. We are only going to be creating a compensation from package from scratch using eligible rules which are already available in the system because I don't want you to get overwhelmed with eligibility rules and everything, but we are going to create a package up next. Alright, while you're doing, we should follow along and do sure. Alright, like I said, prerequisite for creating a package number 1, I should have at least one compensation package, the compensation plan for my eligibility rule. And also, I need to have my eligibility rules because I need to define for which population am I going to create this particular compensation package. For without knowing who might be creating this one, be extremely difficult for me to create a compensation package. Alright, now let's get started and create a sample compensation package. Like always, I go to the search and then I say comp package. And this is going to be an activity for you. It is just try to only create something which is simple. Don't deep dive into all of this and don't try to reinvent the wheel at this stage. At this stage, don't try to reinvent the wheel. That's what I would request because this is a little bit advanced topic. I want you to more concentrate on using existing ones for the time building and then we can go into the deep dive and you create your own compensation rules, eligibility grades, everything. But for the time being, please only stick on to the basics for today, tomorrow. We can definitely do it. You can actually deep dive into it and all those things that you can do. I'm just going to be creating a test package and then I'm going to say that this is going to be eligible for a certain company or an organization. Let me say that I already have a rule and this is for Global India LELP, which is a company, and if I want to view this rule, like I said, just click on these 3 dots, which we call it as related actions. Click on this rule. This is always what I use because it is easy for me to view because the name might be misleading at some times. What I do is I just go to this. I say that this is going to be for compensation group, is going to be salaried, and it is for management levels at compensation which is at 2 and above. It's going to be for all manager levels or management levels of 2 and above at vice president, director, manager, everybody. I am going to be using this particular eligibility rule, which means this compensation package is only eligible for this particular population. And I can, of course, have multiple eligibility rules as well. I can say that this particular person is based out of India and this particular person is going to be based for this particular department, say for sales department. I think you are asking me only for sales. I'm going to create one package and for non-sales, I'm going to create another package. You can do it that way as well. Next, what is going to be the grade that I want to have for this particular person? I can say something like, I will just put a basic one. I'm just going to say it is going to be a base pay, not hanging. Let's have something. Look, because the things is like certain grades have been created without the access to us. You just get one simple one. Let me just use grader for company as X what it is. If I want to view it, I just have to click on the related actions. If you see the compensation package, then view my compensation grade. What exactly is the compensation grade I'm going to be having for this? I can give those details as well because I need to know what exactly I'm creating. What are the pay elements? What is called the compensation basis and what is going to be the min and the maximum structure. In this is in SKID, which is Singapore dollars. That's for now. I just want to understand what I'm actually creating. That is the first thing. I've added my compensation grade over here. Next, I'm going to be adding my compensation plans. Let me see that I'm just going to be adding base, simple one. I'm just going to be adding only Let's see to this. I think they've created without the access in everything. Let me put one salary plan, a simple salary plan. Let me just create or let me just use a salary plan which we already have the same X company. I'm going to use this salary plan called as X company, and if I want to view this, I just have hit right click on this and then say view in new tab and I'll be able to view the details of this particular compensation plan which is salary for company X. I've just chosen a salary plan. It's easy for everybody to understand and says over here country eligibility is going to be is France or Singapore. I wanted to choose in the grade profile specifically to Singapore, and then I can say the compensation element is going to be days pay. And once I create this, and this is going to be done, and I don't have anything to do with the compensation basis, and now I've just created my first compensation package, and I can assign this compensation package either based on this eligibility rule that I have, or I can directly assign it at an employee level, either when I'm hiring him or when the employees won't have a change in the compensation structure, either way of promotion, job changes, location changes, or department changes, anything of that sort. Based on that particular criteria, I can make changes over here. Clear on them? Any questions? How to create your first compensation package? This is the way you are going to be creating, and I will share this particular material across to you as well. That has some more details, but it might be a little bit overwhelming. But just stick on to the basics at this moment only, and tomorrow we'll have some 10 minutes dedicated in the start of the session, especially for any questions that you have or you might have encountered for creating a compensation package. Clear on this? Any questions? Like I said, effective date I usually give only 11/1900 unless and otherwise there is a valid requirement for me to give another date, because I could even have it. Because of the post-COVID era, there were lots of changes in the compensation packages that were there, because certain organizations say that they no longer want to pay the communication elements because it was work from home and energy, culture and everything. They made some changes in the existing compensation page and say that it was effective from, say, the 1st of April 2020. The communication elements was no longer available as a part of the city, but they knocked it out. For such cases, they used effective date concept rest apart for all practical purposes. I would still give my effective date as 11/1900 for anything that I would be building in the system. For me, that's just a recommended approach if you have a valid reason. Otherwise, you can use your own data, including the current data as well. Alright, clear all this. Any other questions on how to create your first compensation package? And I just talk onto the P6 only. I'm not gone into creating an eligibility rule, but today activity for you is create a simple compensation package and try to go through all the elements which are there, and you can go to the compensation package of Carl D. Or you can go to the compensation package of the other folks as well, be it Joy Banks or Logan McNeil, and look at their compensation package, which is there. Alright, that is going to be a little bit better because it's not going to contain much of junk data, and you can view their compensation package. Try to relate it to your own compensation structure that you have in your CDSA. Then it will make sense. And once you are clear with this, create a compensation package and still you'll feel clear. You can go on to create a sample eligibility rule. Only create very simple eligibility rules. The way you do it is, you can do it in two ways. When you go to edit or in creation, you come over to eligibility rules over here. See that this is effective. From interesting, I come over here to eligibility rules. I don't want to. We'll deal with this later because I don't want to get into that right now, because I have to teach you one more screen for that. And from there you have to create. For now, just use only the existing rules. I do not want to put into that creation of the eligibility rules at this moment, but far is it clear on what exactly the grade profile. What is a compensation package? What is a plan? Everything is try to go through this. Create a simple compensation package for yourself based on what you might have seen or your own experience, and see the different elements. And that's going to be the activity for you. Clear? and I will share this particular package. Sorry, this particular deck with you after the class. Alright, and you can go through slides 15 onwards. That is going to contain instructions of how the compensation package can be created. Clear? Clear. Any other questions you? If you want to assign a different compensation package to, say, an existing worker, that will be part of a change of transaction which we'll see next week. After this and tomorrow, I know you're going to have a lot of questions on how the compensation package is going to be, how the grades, grade profiles, the plans elements are all. But for now, try to create one and you will find it quite interesting and you will learn a lot of. Alright, like I said, the eligibility rule is going to define the population that is going to be eligible for my compensation plan or my compensation package that I am going to be creating. Like I said, this is just very simply put the eligible population, who are the eligible population for my compensation plan or package that I am going to be creating. That is what the eligibility rule is going to look like. The first and foremost thing, how do I create an eligibility rule? If folks want to do it along with me, they can do it as well. I will just take it very slow. First time I go to search and I say, create compensation eligibility rule. Alright, I use only very small things. I do not type the entire thing. I am going to say create compensation eligibility rule and I am going to say the description as test, RN rule. Alright, I am going to say in the comments, if I want to add comments, I can do it over here. I am going to say test compensation eligibility rule. And I am going to put my date over here today as 2023, September the 14th. Alright, clear on this and over here, since I am going to create a very simple rule over here. I am going to say management level over here. I come to the field over here. The source field, that is what is going to be, or for very simple, if I am going to put it like a very simple thing, probably in your mathematics, you would have studied in your school grades. Imagine your source field as your LHS, comparison value as your RLS, in any kind of a mathematical equation or something that will make it easier for those folks to also understand it as well. Alright, any simple rule. I am going to say whether my source field is equal to my comparison value. If it does, this rule is going to be satisfied and the bottom line, wherever I am going to be putting it, that is going to be triggered. That is the purpose of my eligibility rule for that particular practical purposes. Any rule or condition that you are going to create anywhere, not only over here in compensation, we will see it a little bit more in business process and everywhere else as well. Wherever you create a rule, all that I am going to say is, if my L is, the source field, is equal to my comparison value, then this is going to get triggered or the underlying action will get triggered. Now I am just going to create a sample rule with a management level as the field. I am going to say, if my management level, I am just taking the same rule that everybody can understand. And if you want to create a different rule, you can do it as well. You have many fields over here which have already been created by folks as well. That is why you see many. But in practical dummy tenant or a blank tenant, you may not see many stuff. You will see only the management level, which is the direct field, which is going to be referenced. What I would rather suggest is, let me just come over and pick that right field and show it to you as well, and then we will go there. Management level 4 to 6. Alright. You see over here, I see a field over here. What you do is you just type it as management level compensation. Don't type it as just management level because it is going to give you 75 watt fields, which is going to be difficult for you for now. Just put it as management level compensation. As you create more and more rules, you will get a hang of things about which field to use where. For now, just type it as in your source field. Type it as management level or management level compensation, and how do I find which is the right field over here? I see a related actions option over here. I just need to click on this. If you see, like I said, in the first few weeks, every field is going to be linked to an appropriate business object for this particular field. The business object is compensation rule targetable, and it has a description which is returns the applicable management level for all job profiles, and this is a Workday delivered one. We can create fields where this particular value will be called as custom ones or created by user, and this is a multi-instance. Park it aside for now. We will see it a little later, and the related business object is management level. Remember, this business object is related to the business object which is called as management level. That is why this is the management level at a compensation level. Alright, clear on this. Clear on how to exactly pull the correct field for now. We'll take baby steps into the fields and everything because I just don't want to get overwhelmed at this time. There is much in this, but for now choose only the management level compensation. If folks are doing along with me, we're able to get the correct field. Alright. Now I'm just going to be saying, let's just maintain the same thing and just go to say management level in vice president, and this person is based out of the US. Then he is eligible for this particular compensation eligibility rule, and I'm going to hit. The moment I hit, the derived logic is going to be automatically populated by Workday. It's going to be automatically populated by Workday. There's nothing that you need to do additional over this. Alright, I'm going to say this particular compensation plan name as CAR 11 plan. I'm going to say CAR description as CAR 11 plan for vice presidents. Alright. And if I want to apply an FTE, I can apply an FTE as well. FTE in the sense means if I'm going to have this pro, rata or computed according to my FTE, I can use that particular value. FTE means full-time equivalent, which means if a person is in the US, is expected to work 40 hours a week. And if he's going to be working, only say part-time, he may be working like 20 hours, 25 hours. If he's working 25 hours, his FT will be approximately 62.5%, which is 25 by 40 in percentage. And if he's going to work only for 4 hours a day into 5 days a week, which is going to be like 20 hours, he's going to be eligible only for 50% FTE. That's what FT comes in. This is all for all practical purposes. This is the same across any HR system that you've already worked or you're going to be working. Alright, clear on this? Now I'm not going to use FTE. Let's say that it's going to be very simple. And here in the compensation element, I'm going to say car allowance. Alright, this is the car allowance that I'm going to be doing. And then I'm going to say the eligibility rule as the one that I've already created. If you want to copy this, just click on right click and say copy text, because this is usually something which I do, that the naming conventions and everything is clean. I go to my compensation rule that I've created and I click on right click and then say copy text. If I'm going to say it as copy URL, that will copy the URL, underlying URL, which is available in the top over here. That is what it will copy. But if I want to say the copy text, it will copy the rule name only. I'm going to say copy text. Then I come over here and then I paste it over here and hit. My rule is attached to this. Clear on creation of a salary plan. Any questions here? If people are doing along with me right now, any questions were you able to create till this point of time at least? And the compensation element I've created, I've used already available one. If you want to view it, you can just click right click. Same way click, see new tab. Clear on that? Alright. If you see, this particular compensation element is called as car allowance and it is just included in element groups and it's referenced by other places as well. Just an element that I have already in my system. That's it. Alright. The next thing that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to say, and my salary plan is going to get created right now. Once my plan is created, my eligibility rule is also created. Next, what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm going to create a comp package. I'm going to create a compensation package. Like I said always, I create with 1900. I'm going to create a compensation package and I'm going to name it as Test Early and Car Allowance. I would say in the description car allowance for VPs in US. And here I'm going to copy paste my eligibility rule that I've already created, which means if I want to view this rule, I'm going to say this is only applicable for those vice presidents based out of the US. That's it. Clear on this? And next, if I want to have some compensation grades for this, I can have some compensation grades. But for this particular allowance, I may not really want to have any compensation grades for this because for everybody it is going to be the same $1,000 a month or whatever I want to define this to be. I do not want to create grades over here. It's going to be the same. I go directly to my compensation plans and I click on compensation plan and the salary plan that I create. I just right click on this and then say copy text. Come over here. Paste this particular one. Let me see if this is the one that I created. Car allowance plan. Car allowance. Station element. Now, this is not the one that I created. Let me rename this that it's easier for me to understand this and get it over there. Alright. I go over here and then I say, I have my plan over here. My eligibility rules is going to be automatically populated, and I'm going to say click on. This package is now created for the eligibility rule of vice presidents based out of US. And I've also given the compensation plan over here. And if I just think I forgot to give the eligibility grades as well. Let me go back and give the grades as well. I think I just need to make some changes. I missed that. I'm just giving the values over here. Here, I'm just giving the grades over here. What is going to be the values that I need to give? The compensation basis. Just choose a random one because I do not have any compensation basis that I have created right now. I will just choose a random compensation basis right now. And I will just have this added over here. Go on at the grade as well right now. Right? Let me go and add the grade right now as in. I do not have that visibility. I think some of these plans are just not visible here right now. Just create a sample one. Thought I created a grade as well today morning. I created a compensation grade in the morning today. I'm just using it for the time being as something that I just have it. Alright? I'm just using this particular compensation grade as well over here. Or let me create one compensation grade that's easier. Let me teach you that as well. It's easier to tag it over here. Thought I can just use an existing one. But since that is not available, let's just create a compensation grade. That's going to be something which I need to teach you. Right? First up, what we are going to be doing over here is first, we are going to create a compensation package which is going to be there only for vice presidents based out of the US. We've already created the eligibility rules. We have already created the compensation package. Just going to be tying it together with a grade right now. Let me create a comp grade right now. I go to search and I hit compensation grade and I'm going to say the date as 010111900. Since it is going to be a simple allowance, I do not have multiple pay range segments. I'm going to have just one pay range segment for everybody, which means if I have a base pay and if my salary range is going to be, say, 80 to 120K, I could say range 1 as 80 to 92K. Second range could be like 90 to 100K and the third range could be like 110 to 222K. And the fourth range could be like 110 to 220K based on the way I'm going to be designing my package. For this car relevance, it's going to be the same across the board for everybody. It is going to be the same. Let's just put it as 3 for now. It's going to be the same for everybody. That is some rule in the back end. That's why it's just prompting me to put multiple ones here. I'll just fix that rule as well. There's much that's happening. Base pay element. I'm going to say it is going to be car relevance. And then the currency, I'm going to say it is USD. And the frequency, I'm going to say this is going to be monthly. And what is going to be my compensation basis? I'm going to say car allowance. For now, let's just have it as a total base pay, only because there is a little difference in this particular tenant. I don't have that particular value in the compensation basis. For now, choose it as the total base pay only because anyway, it's going to get added to your total base pay. And the minimum for per month, I'm going to say it is a sample value of 100. And the midpoint is everything is going to be just fill it as 100. Just let's have the same value across the board for everybody. You're not going to have multiple values created. It is going to be the same value for everyone. And I'm going to say, that's it. I'll do one thing. I'll just make this as Aryan as well, that it's easy for me to add it rather than searching it over there. Here I will say the grid name as car relevance Aryan. It's easy for me to search in my compensation package. Alright, now I go back to my compensation package and I edit my compensation package. I go to my effective date as earlier 1900. And I come down over here and I say car relevance, Alien, and this is done now. Business processes. Alright, this is going to be the agenda that we are going to be seeing for the next 2 or 3 sessions at least. And this is very, very important. Please pay attention, close attention to this because this is what is going to be the heart of any kind of an implementation. What we have seen far is only the basics. We've seen supports, we've seen different types of organizations, cost centers, everything. And then we saw about how the compensation structure is going to look like. The next logical topic that we are going to be seeing is called as business process. Just want to understand probably those who had worked on HCM or those who have worked on HCM. What do you mean by a business process or an event? What do you mean by that in any terms? And if you can give it with an example, well and good. A business process is going to be a chain of actions or events that are going to happen to complete a task. In a nutshell, that's what it is. Say I have a hire. Say it doesn't mean that directly I can hire anybody and everybody, right? If I'm going to hire, say, XYZ, say I'm going to hire Alien in an organization like Google or Facebook. What are the list of events that I need to go through? I'm talking about post-interview stage and post-offer stage because there could be many things. I know Alien has been selected for an organization like Facebook. What are the other events that needs to happen? I can probably post your offer and probably on day 1 or probably a little beyond day 1. First up, after I get my offer, I need to accept it. Once it is being accepted, the employee ID needs to be generated. There will be a set of documentations which I need to do if there is any kind of an expert or a visa requirements that needs to be done. And then on day 1, I need to complete my onboarding. Post my onboarding, I need to have some kind of an introductory sections with my teams. My managers plus certain organizations may have what is called as post 90 days, post 60 days, 90 days, or 2 to 40 days. Something like a probation completion event, all those stuff. This entire thing, which starts probably from day 1 or post my offer acceptance, where the employee is going to be created, all of that is called as a business process, or in this particular case, it's called as a hire business process. It's called as a hire business process. Clear on this? This could be applied for anything of that sort. For example, you apply for a leave. For example, if Gitika is going to apply for a leave and if Krishnabini is the manager, what happens? Gitika will first apply for, say, 2 days of casual leave, say on the Monday, on the Tuesday. And once Gitika is going to apply, it's going to go across to her manager, which is Krishnabini, for approval. And only if Krishnabini is going to approve it, it is going to be sent across as a notification, say to Nishant, who is going to be in HR. HR is going to be notified that Gitika is going on off for 2 days and the manager has approved. Krishnabini is the manager. She is approved. This is a simple logic. A notification, like what I said in the first class, is just a mail notification which could possibly go by. Alright? All of this constitutes a manager. And what if the manager is going to reject it? It's going to go back to Gitika with some comments from the manager saying that your manager, Krishnabini, has rejected or pushed back the leave. And please make some corrections as per the comments which have been passed by. That's it. Maybe due to project reasons or otherwise, it could have been rejected. That's all. And it's a very, very simple flow. And what I said is very simple. But in the real world, every organization would have a different flavor of their own process for every event. Hire could be different. Your termination could be different. Leave application could be different. Change job could be different. Everything is going to have a different flavor. Alright. Now, this is a whatever business process is available over here. I'm just picking up a small business process which is already available. Is my screen visible or you want me to zoom it further? Is it visible for everybody or you want me to zoom it further? I can do it. Is this or you want me to zoom it further? Alright, let me zoom it one more level. Is it now? If you see over here, we will get to the pseudo part later. This is just a flow chart of how it is going to be. First up, I'm just picking a random higher definition. What I'm seeing over here is a higher simplified business process. Don't ask me now for what exactly that simplified is. I will tell all that a little later. First up, this is going to be initiated by an acrobat HR manager. It just says the name of the person who is going to initiate it. Then there is a compensation hire. Proposed compensation hire, which is going to be done by a compensation partner. What this action could possibly mean is the compensation. Relevant details are going to be entered from the offer to my system level. That is going to be done by my compensation partner. Next, your Workday account needs to be created, which means you can assume it similar to what your employee ID creation is going to be like. Your employee ID needs to be created. Your Workday account needs to be created. All of that needs to be done. And this is going to be done by your organization, security admin. Right? First, that is going to be like. And there is going to be a criteria over here which says, if the applicant has a Workday account, don't go into this particular Workday owned or something. That is something which we will see later. If the applicant has a Workday account, there is no necessity for you to create it. Probably that particular person could have been a rehire. If he is a rehire, then there is no necessity for us to create a Workday account or an employee ID to be created. Alright? Only if the person does not have a Workday account. It needs to be created. Right? The next thing is, what needs to be done next over here is payroll administration. Payroll administrator. Administrator is going to be assigning a pay group for the employee, saying that this particular person is going to be paid month, annual, weekly, whatever is going to be there. We are going to have a payroll ID created as well. Payroll ID is something which is going to be sent across. to your payroll vendor. If you have a payroll vendor, you are going to be assigned to that. It is going to be going across to your onboarding setup. First, onboarding setup is something like you are going to be having a conversation with your manager, the manager. You are going to be having a manager assigned, and you are going to have a SPOC assigned for the HR team to complete all your day one related formalities and everything. Once this particular onboarding setup is completed, in workplace terminologies, we call onboarding setup as something like who is going to be your manager, who is going to be your SPOC, from HR everybody. That is what is going to be assigned and set up over here as a part of onboarding setup. Next thing, on day one, you are going to have your onboarding completed. Onboarding is going to be completed, where you are going to submit all your documents, your related benefits, related stuff, your dependent information. All that is going to be part of your day one onboarding process. You are going to have a benefits event change, which is typically based on whatever dependent information and other stuff are going to be collected. In your onboarding, you are going to have some benefits, related stuff, done over here, which means you are going to be enrolled for your medical and other plans, which are there at an organization level. Clear on this? This is just a simple one, but in actual practice, it could be very different based on what your client requirement is. This is just a very simple flow. I am just explaining for you to understand what a business process could look like. Clear on this? Any questions here? Right? This is just a process flow that I have shown. Now let us get into the real world as to this could look like in the business process. Let us go to that business process here. Alright. Ignore this error. There are some errors in this particular business process which somebody has created. There is an error over here. This is typically a business process. This is the way that we configure. This is called as a business process configuration. This is typically, this will look like. Alright, this is typically how the configuration will also look like. It's not something totally different. It's very simple for you to understand as don't get probably. I would say it is easy. Don't feel overwhelmed with it because it's very simple. Plain stuff. There's not something. Probably once you get into the implementation of something, you'll see different business processes which are going to be probably, 2 or 3 comp. Then this, alright, like I said, it's a tabular form here. This is where you're going to configure everything. That is just for you to understand. If you want to explain it to the business, because the business understands the diagrammatic. That is why Workday has provided that. And if you want to access it, you just have to go to definition, relate, just like what you see in an org chart. You just have to click over view diagram, and that view diagram will take you to that particular chart. Because when we to the business, we go that particular chart because the business may not really understand this tabular format and everything, because this is more fast with all the nuances around it, the due date and everything as well. Alright, because the business ID does not understand this from my experience. Let me tell you, because for them, the chart looks better because that is how they are maintaining their legacy system as well, because they may maintain their legacy system in the pen and paper and admin related stuff or on other systems like Telio and other systems, as it could be more diagrammatically represented in charts and everywhere. But this could be different. That's why we go for that. Let me just explain this particular business process, the or the flow and everything, and then I will into creation of an actual business process. First up, you see steps over here and you see a magnifying glass right next to it. If I click on the magnifying glass, it will go across the values, more detailed version of each and every step. The specific for this particular step, it's a workflow step. And if I want to have some detail stuff over here, it goes across to the detail menu. We will get into the deep dives a little later. For now, just remember that if I click on that magnifying glass for that particular, what is going to be the detailed action and other details, that is what this is going to come in, the notifications and everything. We will deal with it on Monday, not today. I don't want you to get it there. Order is going to be the order in which this particular business process is going to be executed. It can note as currently we maintain a standard which is going to be you have more than in your business process, you maintain it. However, you want to maintain it, you can maintain it. That, like I said, this order, numeric, the way configurator to have it completely your domain. You have it the, to have it clear on this. In my business process, should particular trigger decide what up come create acting would up what a cup account would typically work particular criteria does implement because create applicant first right already cup existence available account probably because somebody particular implement credentials termination have particular first work account and subsequent session pay group something First, monk, we frequency, assign, particular, pay group, otherwise, pay group, criteria, confused, remember, assignments, pay group, cert, what, showing, work, will, sub, worked, criteria, whenever, particular, act, cert, bal, which automatically, specific, act, specific, week, work, work, automatically, whenever, mentioning, particular, automatically, week, automatically, possibility, group, particular, word, check, zinc, which, cert, act, specific, cert, pre, delivered, work, that's worked, particular, which, delivered, which, automatically, mentioned, um, aside, because, delivered, wick, assignment, go, right, exact, criteria, question, act, hope, particular, act, cook, certain, business, processes, code, good, integration, ex, payroll, assignment, house, particular, dig, ex, fit, ex, possible, integration, integration, something, sub, good, business, cross, triggered, specific, enough, ac- integration, something, accurate, compensation, something, over, particular, ac- specific, compensation, high, remuneration, over, particular, nothing, whatever, purple, compensation, crow, specific, notification, particular, person, book, compensation, instant, remuneration, that's right, option, whether, particular, option, mandate, completed, particular, option, option, mandate, skip, particular, assignment, payroll, payroll, particular, ma- below, mandatory, particular, payroll, particular, particular, then skip, mandatory, wait, assignment, payroll, cannot, nothing, performing, particular, something, part, work, count, security, assignment, pay group, payroll, payroll, exec, payroll, 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 partner, particular, assigning, payroll, ETH, a payroll, particular, organization, get it, payroll, particular, organization, niche, payroll, partner, either, payroll, partner, necessary, either, particular, necessary, partner, supervisor, ETH, complete, particular, necessary, either, partner, supervisor, question, responsibility, benefit, partner, do, particular, question, questions, information, reporting, for particular, which, propose, compensation, should, complete, compensation, partner, with, organization, work, mandate, standpoint, particular, complete, with, hap, diff, tro, however, possible, information, relate, definition, eating, particular, definition, act, a fifth, eating, right, foremost. Effect whatever effective currently automatically definition import main detail change which particular definition create September create in approval something which main instructions information direct because refresh change something debugging particular effective effective particular or complete certain action which automatically complete particular change change particular 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 doesn't got no no compensation account delivered approval avo ex approval particular, definition, error. Right. Let approval, stroke, approve, particular, person, proof, particular, approve, that's because particular, wing, because come, remove, particular, simplification, right, with relate, particular, boost, process, process, definition, particular, definition, particular, available, particular, supervisory, organization, a code, right, between, something, between, order, word, follow, question, because can, board, otherwise, cert, create, something, would, a car, create, a boarding, right, possible, putting, be, come, initiate, a, avoid, addict, a, thing, evidence, remember, particular, supervisory organization. Supervisory organization. Because somebody supervisory organization secured secure secure assigned because assigned multiple compensation partner payroll because assigned different secured compensation part payroll do compensation partner manage compensation as particular did particular proposed technology consulting supervisory organization cost compensation Nick because assigned supervisory organization particular which proposed compensation triggered that because sign inheritance concept assignment concept with through whatever discussed because activities because cover introductions month revisited create definition house through definition every process technology consing actually define because multi multiple definitions create actually particular high definition applicable technology consult supervisory eligibility. Right. Similarly, something code business. Something core business. Configuration. Particular. Mode. Written. With cross work definition. Create. Eligibility. Consent. Discussed. Similar. Which location. Which location. Location. Probably. Location. Hi. Are linked. Location. Look. High. Definition. Code. Location. That's because concept particular. That actually cross understand particular. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.